Number 6. Here we go.
if the mics could come on. Are there mics on? Just ask everyone gently to get to your seats. God, I've got some. Okay, I call Congress to order. And good morning, Congress. Everyone all right? Yes, I'm rocking the night before look today, so bear with me. I want to start, if I can, by thanking the Bakewell Bassoons who've been playing for us this morning, an all-female band, I would just like to say. So thank you to them. Congress, I now call upon Linda McCulloch, the Chair of the General Purposes Committee, to report to us on the progress of business and other Congress arrangements. Linda. Morning.
Good morning, Congress. I can report that the General Purpose Committee has approved a bucket collection in support for Care for Calais. The President will advise when this collection will take place. Finally, can I once again remind Congress that requests to distribute material inside the Congress Hall must be submitted to the General Purpose Committee for approval. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Linda. As Linda reported, the GPC authorised a request from the GMB for a bucket collection to raise funds to support those currently suffering as part of the refugee crisis in Calais. The collection will take place at the doors to the hall at the close of Congress. Please show your support for that. Thank you. We've also got outstanding business, Composite Emergency 1, Public Sector Pay, Emergency Motion 2 on Yeza Sandrich, Emergency Motion 3, Defend Journalism in the Public Interest, Emergency Motion 4, Cuts to the UNWRA and the nation-state law, Emergency Motion 5, RBS bank closures, Emergency Motion 6, Support National Unity Demonstration Against Fascism and Racism, Saturday the 17th of November, Emergency Motion 7, Fair Pay in Schools, Emergency Motion 8, Public Sector Pensions, Composite Emergency Motion 9, Attack on Rail Workers' Pay. I'm going to take this outstanding business in that order after today's published business. Is that okay? Yep. We've not put any pressure on ourselves, have we, at all? But we are going to get through all of that business if we do it together. So if we start with section 4 of the General Council report, that's good services. That's from page 48. I call motion 68, grassland fires. The General Council supports the motion. Can I remind you that the TSSA amendment has been withdrawn? It will be moved by the FBU, seconded by UNISON. I have TSSA listed to speak, so if everyone can come to the front. FBU, thanks for being there. The floor is yours.
Okay. President, Congress, Andy Noble, Fire Brigades Union, moving motion 68. Met Office told us last week that this summer was the hottest on record in England and the joint hottest for the whole of the UK. Some of us are old enough to remember the summer of 1976. Now the summer of 2018 is ranked alongside 76 as a record-breaking heatwave. As a consequence of this, and like in previous years, we've seen an increase in the number of grassland and moorland fires, threatening not just communities, but critical national infrastructure in areas of environmental importance. That's why we've brought this motion before Congress. Many of our members have been engaged in some pretty serious firefighting during this heatwave. Our brothers and sisters in Greater Manchester and Lancashire and Derbyshire have done tremendous amounts of work on Saddleworth Moor and Tameside Moor at Winterhill and other locations. At one point we had 60 fire appliances, 2 high-volume pumps in attendance at those incidents, along with specialist equipment and teams. That's the equivalent of 2 medium-sized fire and rescue services. I know they received assistance from Merseyside, Cheshire, the West Midlands, West Yorkshire, Tyne and Wear, as well as many other fire and rescue services. We know that firefighters in North Wales battled a blaze about the size of 250 rugby pitches on a site of special scientific interest. Northern Ireland's firefighters and Scotland's firefighters have battled similar incidents on a similar scale and on a similar size. We also want to praise the efforts of firefighters in Surrey and Buckinghamshire, who, assisted by firefighters from London Fire Brigade, have battled an increase in the number of heathland fires in those areas. The whole purpose of just reading that list out is to just demonstrate that it's a UK-wide problem. It's not just a single brigade or a single region issue. Some of our members work 17 or 18-hour shifts, sometimes without breaks, to bring these fires under control. And to assure you, this isn't the type of work that most firefighters join the fire and rescue service. It's not the most exciting kind of work. Chasing a grass or a heathland fire across an exposed Pennine hilltop with a 15 or 20 mile an hour wind isn't the most exciting of things, especially when there's a 180-degree shift in the wind direction and it becomes a fire that's chasing firefighters. But whilst it's not the most exciting of jobs, it's equally dangerous and it's physically more demanding than most. At some of these incidents that I've referred to earlier, we had to appeal to the public for some of the most basic safety items, such as sunblock, bottled water, caps, socks to wear during the intense conditions. GMC in Lancashire alone have lost around 1,000 firefighters' jobs over the last decade. Across the UK, 12,000 firefighter posts have been lost. That's 20%, 1 in 5. Doesn't matter how you measure it, it's still a massive reduction. The truth is the Fire and Rescue Service has less resources than a decade ago to tackle grassland fires of this scale. The reality is that firefighters were stretched again to breaking point. It's no good politicians repeatedly praising our members every time there's a smell of smoke unless they back it up with the resources and the funding needed to keep tackling wave after wave of emergencies thrown at us, especially if there's a predicted increase coming our way. I'm glad this debate comes so soon after those on energy and climate. Congress, irrespective of who leads the debate on a just transition and any impact that may have on climate change, firefighters will have their say in that debate because all too frequently they're at the sharp end of its results, whether that's a fire, a flood or other extreme weather events. In 2003, the UK had a pronounced heat wave. It was also a peak year for firefighters tackling moorland fires and grass fires. Met Office research warned at the time that the temperatures we saw in the UK in 2003 would be fairly normal by the 2040s. Recently, the Met Office have updated that analysis, confirming that extreme weather temperature we saw in the summer of 2003 can be expected to occur on a regular basis across the whole of Europe by 2040. That means the temperatures we experienced may not yet be the new normal, but within a few decades, it probably will be. We need to demand that central government fund all of our public services who deal with the impact of climate change. Every public servant doesn't mind a pat on the back. I think it's human nature. But what firefighters and members of the Fire Brigades Union would demand from politicians is less congratulations and a bit more capital investment in the Fire and Rescue Service. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much, FBU Unison. Thank you. Just checking, I have TSSA. Yes.
President, Congress, Ruth Davies, speaking on behalf of Unison and proud to be seconding this important motion from the FBU. Congress, whatever Donald Trump or Nigel Lawson might say, climate change is a reality. It is happening now and its impact is being felt right across the world. 3 of the 4 hottest summers in the UK history have taken place in the past 15 years, 2003, 2006 and this year, 2018. This is part of the reason why grassland fires have become an increasingly widespread phenomenon. And Congress, it's also why the cuts to our crucial public services have to end and end now. Of course, our heroic firefighters take the lead in battling the fires, risking life and limb and on a daily basis. And it's not just that, it's also, as the motion points out, the impact of the excessive working hours and the lack of essential protection from the elements. But Congress, as with all our public services, it is a team effort as well. This means the support staff in fire and rescue, it means the council workers helping to deal with the fallout, and it means staff working for water companies and the Environment Agency. And I work for the Environment Agency up here in the North West, and I had branch members who were out supporting the wider work on the moorland fires this year. All have a role to play, and all can expect to be even busier in years to come. Because Congress, this is not a problem that is going to go away. If anything, it is set to get worse. So we must ensure that vital services are protected and that much needed funding is restored. Vital services that save lives, that protect property and repair infrastructure. Congress, climate change is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, threat that we face, not just as individuals or communities, but also as trades unionists. And Congress, those that are fighting to tackle the consequences of climate change on a day-to-day basis, deserve our respect and they deserve our support. Thank you, Congress. Please support the motion.
Thank you, UNISON. TSSA.
Phyllis Primary, TSSA, proud to support the FPU as we have in recent years, when it was bad enough that our firefighters had to respond and rescue communities from ever-increasing and devastating floods with no extra resources. And now, no resourcing to tackle unprecedented grassland fires, which, when peat-fueled, can burn for days. Conference, TSSA had proposed an amendment touching on the causes as well as the consequences of climate change, criticising government inaction. But we've withdrawn this out of respect to our comrades as it referenced Heathrow expansion, a controversial debate which might distract from this important motion on austerity cuts and funding. The motion remains the same. Yesterday, TSSA lost its opportunity to speak in the fracking debate, but no delegate should be even accidentally silenced on critical issues. So while I have the floor, I ask that we show solidarity with those affected, from the Kerala catastrophes in India to the present danger of Hurricane Florence in the USA. My cousins are presently heading south. I'm sure we all know people over there. And also to send solidarity to the people locally who have suffered this summer. While the government is going backwards on climate change, we must not. We need to be more vigilant and question that we sometimes align ourselves to the theory of constant growth, doing more of the same in spite of what we know, because we can be lured by the often exaggerated promise of jobs. It was sad and ironic that the day Saddleworth Moor caught fire, Westminster cancelled the Swansea tidal lagoon, but gave the go-ahead to Heathrow expansion. The endorsement by sections of our trade union movement encouraged Labour MPs to vote in favour of Heathrow, opposing Labour's position. But conference, many trade unions fear aviation expansion runs counter to climate mitigation and air pollution targets, and feel increased noise pollution, threat to learning in schools, destruction of thousands of low-income homes is for the benefit of Heathrow Holdings Limited, for the few, not for the many. And note that 70% of the flights are taken by 15% of the people. Conference, as we know, this is our 150th year. Should we not honour the sacrifices and struggles of our forebears by recognising that progress means learning from the past and sometimes doing things differently to protect future generations, using technology and advances for the people, not for corporate profit? Let's create a low-carbon future for the many, not the few. And we need to back the brave men and women on the front line of the disasters abetted by our carbon-heavy past. Support motion 68, solidarity with the firefighters.
Thank you, TSSA. I'm looking to the FBU. I had no speakers against, so I'm going to move straight to the vote, if that's all right. All those in favour of motion 68, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I call motion 65, civil service impartiality. The General Council support the motion. Moved by the FDA, seconded by Prospect. Thank you.
President, Congress, Dave Penman from the FDA, moving motion 65 on civil service impartiality. Congress, my own union celebrates a significant birthday in the next few months. Following radical changes to the structure of the civil service during the First World War, in January 1919, a group of senior civil servants formed the Association of the First Division of Civil Servants. And so for 100 years, in times of national crisis or celebration, through wars, recessions, the creation of the NHS and the welfare state, standing beside Prime Ministers and Ministers, advising and supporting, have been trade union members. That's something I'm immensely proud of and I think should be a cause of celebration across our movement. When those civil servants formed their union, the enviably short rulebook they created made clear that the union was not only being formed to defend civil servants, but also the civil service itself. For a century now, my union has stood too often alone in the vanguard of defending the impartiality, integrity and professionalism of the civil service. While I can't speak for certainty about all of those 100 years, it does feel like those fundamental principles that are the cornerstones of effective government are under attack like never before. These are not arcane principles from a bygone age. They protect the civil service at every level from cronyism and corruption. They ensure that ministers receive the best advice, not the advice they want to hear. Civil servants are recruited on merit through open and fair selection, from admin officers in job centres to permanent secretaries. As Lord Hennessy put it so eloquently, a civil servant is recruited for what they can do, not what they believe. Experts are appointed for their expertise, not political leanings. It means that those that advise ministers, or indeed need to challenge ministers, can do so without the threat that comes with the power to hire and fire them. I don't know whether those founding fathers of the FDA, and let's be honest, they were all founding fathers, had predicted Brexit. But we're being called upon to defend the impartiality of the service like never before. And we're witnessing attacks on those individuals being tasked with the almost impossible job of delivering the best outcome from Brexit. They're being attacked because speaking truth unto power is one of the key roles for the civil service. We've seen a series of Brexiteer ministers leave government because they cannot accept and are unable to challenge the civil service assessment of what a harsh Brexit would look like. Only yesterday, freed from the shackles of evidence-based policy, we see them promise the sunny uplands of a no-deal Brexit. Yet the truth is they could have remained in government and ignored that advice. After all, civil servants advise, ministers decide. But they know that with that comes the accountability for those decisions, having dismissed the advice in pursuit of ideological purity. Those Brexiteers cannot understand how those that advise government on the best policies for remaining in the European Union can also advise on the best course of action for leaving. They cannot understand because they are constrained by the narrow boundaries of their own ideological beliefs and would be incapable of acting this way themselves. I know for many, it's also genuinely difficult to understand how civil servants can serve the government of the day, whatever colour. It can be hard to understand how civil servants can implement policies that they personally and sometimes fundamentally disagree with. But that is what an impartial civil service is there to do. It provides stability between governments, better decision-making, and greater accountability for ministers. And so some on the left have also fallen into the same trap as the Brexiteers, peddling conspiracy theories that the civil service would be part of an establishment plot to destabilise a future Labour government, because they cannot understand how civil servants can serve a Tory government and then a Labour government. Congress, the UK civil service is the envy of the world. And it is so because of those fundamental principles of impartiality and integrity. The FDA will be defending those principles for the next 100 years. In Congress, I hope we can rely on you to support us. I move.
Thank you very much. Equal Prospect.
Good morning, Congress. Was that a bit cheery? Andrew Pakes. Prospect is proud to represent specialists from across our public services. So many of the things we take for granted every day depend on the dedication and diligence of these often unsung civil servants. Whether it's navigating Brexit, managing environmental or new public health risks, defending our country, or harnessing and effectively regulating new technologies, we all need world-class public servants at our side. Congress, politics is divided. Politics is divisive. You don't need me to tell you that. The rise in xenophobia, attacking and scapegoating immigrants, fake news. The same dog whistle politics that Francis spoke about on Monday is the same dog whistle politics that is now seeking to undermine our civil service. It's our members in science and the environment that are leading our understanding on climate change and our impacts on the world around us, despite the climate deniers. It is our members in the BBC that are leading the way in defending public broadcasting, despite those who want to do it down. And just like our sisters and our brothers in the FDA, it is our members in the civil service who are providing the expertise for government, regardless of fear or favour or who is in charge. Now, Congress, this is an important motion, not just for us as public service unions, but for all unions. And the public agrees with us. Recent polling shows that 85% of the public want politicians to consult experts on difficult issues. Nearly 2/3 of the public trust civil servants to tell the truth. Do you want to know the same rating for this current government? Less than 1 in 5. Expertise, impartiality, professionalism. These are the hallmarks of our democracy and the public services that bond us and bring us together. But Congress, let's make no mistake. The story is always the same. When they can't win the argument on public service cuts, when they can't win the arguments on Brexit, when they can't win the arguments on pay, they seek to change the facts. Boris Johnson, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Michael Gove, all of them have whipped up a cynical, disastrous attack on our public services that we all need to stand together to protect. And if we want to know what happens when it goes wrong, just look across the pond to President Trump. Attacks on civil servants, attacks on public scientists, and sacking for anyone who dares to speak the truth. Congress, I don't really want to take any more of your time up, so I just want to finish by saying this. If it is our job to speak up for our public services, united and strong, it is also our job to speak up for the professionalism, the expertise and the impartiality of our civil servants. I support this motion.
Thank you very much. FDA, do you need to write a reply? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move straight to the vote on motion 65, please, Congress. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? Thank you. That's unanimous. Delegates, we turn to section 3 of the General Council report, Respect and a Voice at Work. That's the section on welfare from page 56. Delegates, I'll now explain how I intend to take the debate on welfare. I'm going to take motion 29, social security, and motion 30, stop and scrap universal credit, as a single debate. First, I'll call the mover and seconder of motion 29. I'll then call the mover and seconder of motion 30. I'll then call other speakers if we have time. After that, the movers of motion 29 and motion 30 will have the right to reply in that order, and I'll then take the vote on motion 29 and motion 30 in that order. Is that clear? Yeah. Hope so. Thank you. I call motion 29, social security, moved by PCS, seconded by Unite. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. Janice Godrich on behalf of PCS to move motion 29. Colleagues, the welfare state was founded on the principles of a system that is there for us all, and its noble aim sought to provide dignity from the cradle to the grave. This new system was part of a comprehensive policy of social progress that endeavoured to eradicate the grotesque levels of inequality that plagued 1930s Britain. However, since the days of Margaret Thatcher to the present, a war has been waged on the welfare state and the principles that underpin it. For over 40 years, from the Fowler Review onwards, there's been an all-out assault on the social security system. The neoliberal agenda, which has dominated the political landscape for decades, has had at its heart the intention of rolling back the state. There's been a greater ever emphasis on individual responsibility for those who are unfortunate to find themselves in a difficult period in their life. They're deemed to have got themselves into that situation of their own volition, and they're expected to get themselves out of it. The climate that allowed politicians to dismantle the social security system didn't happen overnight, or did it happen in a vacuum. There's been a concerted effort made by governments of all parties to portray the benefit system as overgenerous and those who use it as lazy, feckless scroungers. Claiming benefits is now viewed by many people as a lifestyle choice rather than a necessity for topping up the pay of the poorly paid or supporting the disabled and vulnerable in their daily lives. Demonising benefit claimants has been one of the most effective tools utilised in cultivating public support for massive benefit cuts. Cuts which since 2010 have totaled 34 billion, with 12 billion expected by 2022. Attitudes on welfare have become so toxic that those who are barely keeping themselves financially afloat or are in the middle of an economic crisis have become the subject of prime-time viewing entertainment. The increase in the popularity of so-called poverty porn, Benefit Street, Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away, and Benefits Britain, Life on the Dole, are symptomatic of the callous way in which public opinion has been cynically manipulated on the welfare state. Programmes such as those only serve to further the stereotypical view of benefit claimants. Work and pension secretaries over the decades haven't been afraid to use deliberately inflammatory language, with one politician quoted as saying, punishing people who did not try to find work was the right thing to do, and I want to prove there's more to life than moving from the bedroom to the living room and putting the telly on. And those are the words not of Ian Duncan Smith or Esther McVeigh, but the words of the former New Labour Work and Pension Secretary James Purnell. As it currently stands, the welfare state is failing people. In the past year, 1.3 million emergency food bank parcels given out. 700,000 children are currently living in poverty. 2/3 of children living in poverty come from a household with at least one working parent or guardian. And there's been a doubling in the number of suicide attempts made particularly by disability benefit claimants. We see a resurgence of rickets, with hospitals reporting an increase in the number of children suffering from this disease. The disastrous rollout of universal credit capitulates a shift towards individual responsibility. In areas where universal credit has been rolled out, food bank use, rent arrears and evictions have soared. The so-called managed migration of universal credit will heap more misery onto 5 million people, especially as those with existing claims on the old system are expected to reapply for universal credit or risk being dropped from the system altogether. Universal credit is beset with problems, and PCS have called for the rollout to be stopped in order to address them. Colleagues, 51,000 of our members work in the DWP, but that doesn't mean we think PCS alone should have a say in terms of universal credit. All unions should adopt our policies in terms of fighting for a better social security system. Colleagues, now's the time for a radical transformation of the social security system. We welcome the commitments put forward in Labour's election manifesto last year. We are calling on Labour to be bold and go further. Let's encourage trade unions, charities, think tanks and others to join us in the fight to radically reform the social security system into one that proudly defends those who cannot defend themselves. I move.
Thank you, PCS. I call Unite.
Congress, President Anna Rosary second the motion on behalf of Unite. Congress, this is not the first motion you will ever hear about savage cuts to social security. I would say, and I'm sure it won't be the last, but Congress, it is within our power to make sure that it isn't true. Let's look at the bigger picture. Cuts to social security, the slashing of benefits, the destructive rollout of universal credit is all part of the government's ongoing austerity offensive against our people. Congress, I am a Labour councillor for Princes Park Ward in Liverpool, and the vast majority of the casework I have to deal with is about helping people whose lives are being ruined by austerity and try to pick up the pieces, dealing with increasing food and fuel poverty, feeding children most nights a week, and their parents with hot meals. And Congress, these cuts have targeted claimants and support workers alike. Research from Unite for over 30 advice centres, law centres, citizens' advice centres has found that over 3/4 of our members are reporting surging workloads because of the increased demand and cuts in staff. Congress, the political chaos dominating the headlines clouds the fact that one constant and unwavering feature of the Tory government, from Theresa May back to David Cameron's coalition, is a commitment to austerity. It is an ideological project to crush working class communities, and for 10 years our movement has fought alone. But not anymore. Congress, this motion welcomes the fundamental change which has come from the election of Jeremy Corbyn as Labour leader. Suddenly, the ground is shaken under the Tories' feet as the Labour Party takes its rightful place at our side, smashing the cosy consensus of austerity. This motion calls for the complete overhaul of social security towards a system that's built on the socialist principles, social insurance and a welfare system based on need. Congress, after 10 long years, the end is finally within sight. Support this motion as a first step towards defeating the austerity offensive. I second.
Thank you, Unite. I call motion 30, stop and scrap universal credit. The General Council support the motion. Moved by Dave Allen on behalf of the Disabled Workers Conference and seconded by the NEU. Dave. Somewhere, I hope. There you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Congress. Good morning, President. Dave Allen, a representative of Unite the Union, but also a member of the TUC Disabled Workers Committee, moving this motion on behalf of the TUC Disabled Workers Conference. Congress, this motion is calling for an end to universal credit, not a reform. Stop and scrap now. We're also calling for a far-reaching social security reform that truly makes work pay and protect those unable to work. Congress, earlier in the week, we heard John MacDonald. We've been to fringe meetings about the launch of the rolling out of the manifesto for labour law. Congress, we need nothing less in this country than a new beverage report. People need to be treated with dignity. People need to be supported in their communities. People need to be supported into work and staying into work. We can't do this by tinkering around with the system. We need a total and utter review. Last year, Congress, myself and my colleague Sean, who's the comrade with the hat sitting on the General Council table, co-chair of the TUC Disabled Workers Committee, worked with others and Debbie Abrahams, the then Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, to bring the best manifesto for disabled people that was ever put before the electorate of Britain. We need to commit ourselves to doing nothing less than the complete and utter review of the benefit system for the people of Britain. We heard earlier about the direct link between the government's hostile environment policy and the resulting Windrush scandal. The rollout of universal credit is another example of this government's policy exposed as nothing less than a systematic attack on the most vulnerable in our society. And Congress, the human result is proving just as vicious. The rollout of universal credit will fall like a hammer blow upon millions of households, including 1 million low-paid workers. The Disabled Workers Committee has worked tirelessly to warn of the impact of universal credit, how the delays are pushing people further into the mire of debt, the utter lack of support for disabled claimants, a worsening of the housing crisis as landlords refuse to lease claimants. Once again, Congress, we need to commit ourselves to a total and utter review of the benefit system, a new beverage report, Support your disabled colleagues. Support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. I call the NEU.
Do I have UNISON?
Mandy Hudson, National Education Union, very pleased to be able to second this motion that came through the Disabled Workers Conference. You probably already know that there are 1 million people currently on universal credit, and out of those, 41% have long-term health conditions, and 25% will clearly have protection under the Equality Act. And as you know, there's a further 2.3 million people who are liable to have to suffer universal credit as it's further rolled out. And that's why we know that it's a system that's not working and it should be stopped and scrapped. There's an incredible loss of income going on as well. Two men recently took the government to court over the loss of severe disability premiums, and they won. And consistently, the government is losing in court over the injustice that's being caused to many people, including disabled people, over universal credit and other benefits. In the previous motion, it was noted that food bank usage is increased by over 50% in those areas where universal credit has been rolled out. And for many people, that's because they have to wait so long for those benefits to come in. There's already this official 5-week wait before universal credit comes, but actually it's much longer than that. 20,000 people have to wait more than 3 months. The figures are just appalling, and yet this government just doesn't seem to care. And so that's why we're calling on the TUC to campaign around universal credit, to call for it to be stopped and scrapped. And I also want to just share a story from one of my union colleagues about a pupil that they know in one of the schools. And it's a young boy who's awaiting a diagnosis of autism, and his mum's on low-paid work, and she needs the time sometimes to go to appointments with the boy, and also to manage him when he's been unfortunately excluded from school. And that means that she often means that she has to, her benefits are paused, universal credit's paused. So she can't budget properly, she hasn't got money to pay her bills, there's no money for transport for appointments. And I want to quote my colleague who said that no parent should have to cry themselves to sleep at night, worrying about keeping a roof over their families' heads, and no child should ever go hungry. I remember watching Theresa May on the steps of Downing Street when she became Prime Minister, going on about the just about managing. Well, she's broken that promise, but the TUC will continue to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call UNISON.
President, Congress, Angie Roberts speaking and supporting motion 29 on behalf of UNISON. Congress, for thousands of people moving on to universal credit has been a nightmare. Even John Major described it as operationally messy, socially unfair and unforgiving. And as the Ken Loach film, I, Daniel Blake, so ably demonstrated, the current system dehumanises people. For some, it has led to destitution, and for others, tragically, it has driven them to take their own lives. As the TUC said in its response to the Social Security Advisory Committee, universal credit, based on its current design and on the experience of the rollout so far, is not ready for the next phase of managed migration. The rollout of universal credit has been shambolic. Warning after warning about the new system has just been ignored. And the TUC has repeatedly called out the rollout of universal credit to be stopped and for a fundamental rethink of the policy. The original white paper said, the government is committed to ensuring no one loses as a direct result of these reforms. We have ensured that no one will experience a reduction in the benefit they receive as a result of the introduction of universal credit. Thousands of people know that claim was a lie. It isn't just the fact that you have to claim online, even though many are unable to, or the fact that you may face delays if you haven't got a bank account or building society account, or that you're driven into debt from the outset because you don't get your money for at least 5 weeks, or that 1 in 4 don't get the right money on time, or that 40% waited 11 weeks or more for full payment. It isn't just the fact that without money you can't feed your kids, pay the rent, put money in the gas or the electric meter, or that universal credit fluctuates, creating chaos for family finances, or that sanctions regimes that accompanies it are pernicious, or that we have a 2-child limit, or that all the money goes to one person, often undermining women's financial independence. But Congress, it is also that where full universal credit services have been rolled out, we've seen an increase in rent arrears, food bank use, greater numbers driven into debt, and more people forced into the hands of payday lenders. Now we face the prospect of mandatory migration as 3 million families are moved onto universal credit by 2023, and every one of them is set to face an unnecessary gap in their incomes as their migration to the new system. Congress, universal credit is not fit for purpose, it is not ready for the mandatory migration, and it must be halted. Thank you. Please support the motion.
Thank you. Thanks, Angela. I'm looking to PCS. Do you need your right to reply? Thank you. No. I'm looking to Dave Allen for the... thank you. Thank you. I'm going to take the vote then on motion 29. Congress. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. I call the vote on motion 30. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. That's also carried unanimously. Thank you. Congress, it's my pleasure to introduce the Most Reverend Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury. He's someone who shares many of the values of the union movement, our commitment to tackling inequality and poverty, and to striving for social justice and solidarity. Indeed, for the last year, he's worked alongside our General Secretary as a member of the IPPR's Commission on Economic Justice, which published its final report this week. That report highlighted that a fair economy is a strong economy, and that prosperity and justice can and must go hand in hand. Archbishop...
Just use the name. It works.
Justin... Right, you're very welcome to address Congress. Please take the floor. Thank you.
President, Congress, it's a great honour to be here today, a huge privilege. Unlikely one, it felt like, but here we are. 2,500 years ago, the prophet Amos, speaking into a society divided between rich and poor, which had forgotten the values which alone could establish stability in a hostile world, cried out, "Let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream." 500 years later, near Nazareth, a young pregnant woman called Mary went to see her cousin Elizabeth. Mary, greeted by Elizabeth as the mother of the Saviour Jesus, cried out in what we know as the Magnificat, saying about God, "He has shown strength with his arm, he has scattered the proud in the thoughts of their hearts. He has brought down the powerful from their thrones and lifted up the lowly. He has filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he has sent away empty." By the way, I better warn you, there's quite a bit of God in this. It's sort of my job. Mary's song is revolution in immortal verse. It is describing God, not describing human aspiration. It says justice is who God is. Who God is sets the pattern for who we should be and what our society should be. That is political, but not party political. The Bible is political from one end to the other, but we step into dangerous territory when either left or right claim God as being solely on their side. Jesus was highly political. He told the rich that they would face woe. He criticized the king of the time as a fox. He spoke harsh words to leaders of the nations when they were uncaring of the needy. Mary's song, the Magnificat, central to the New Testament, is so revolutionary that anyone who takes it seriously finds it a threat to power and entitlement. Like all human institutions, the church has been very variable in holding to its originating vision. In Jerusalem, the earliest Christian community chose to share what they had with those who had the greatest needs. They held to generosity and equivalence before God, so that neither gender nor social status nor identity nor ethnicity gave privilege. Justice is God's nature, but it is our responsibility. To speak to the TUC in its 150th year is to receive the enormous gift of being in the presence of a gathering that has been instrumental over that century and a half in reducing inequality, challenging injustice, and speaking up for the poor, the marginalized, and the oppressed. The TUC itself began by facing prejudice, legal disadvantage, and persecution. It took on the mantle of the Tolpuddle martyrs betrayed by their local vicar. It took many years for that to be unwound, probably right until the years of social change, which began after 1910 and were brought to an abrupt halt by the outbreak of the Great War. In 1879, my predecessor, Archbishop Tate, met with the TUC at the urging of a number of Christian leaders to begin the process of changing the Church of England's scandalous hostility to unions. In the years that followed, one of those clergy who'd called the meeting, Bishop Lightfoot of Durham, together with Bishop Westcott of Durham at another moment, were involved in mediating between mine owners and mine workers to try and bring the very minimal levels of humanity that were so clearly absent in the privatized pits before the 1940s. All this is not mere history, nor is it long ago and far away. Contrary to the proverb, the past is not a different country, and we still do today many of the things that were done in the past in different forms, things that diminish human dignity and treat labor as a mere resource like capital. In 2007, I was asked to go to Liverpool as Dean of the Anglican Cathedral there. It was one of the happiest periods of my life, not only for me, but also for the whole family. In 2010, we had the privilege of welcoming a couple of thousand local trades unionists at the end of their march of protest against austerity, where they were addressed in the cathedral by Tony Benn. In Liverpool, the bitterness of the docks remained. From before the system was reformed, when daily work was uncertain, and thus also the ability to feed the family. John MacDonald knew of that from his father and experienced the gig economy and 0 hours in those days. Today, there are some who view that kind of oppression of the employed as a virtue. The gig economy, 0 hours contract, is nothing new. It is simply the reincarnation of an ancient evil. And God says, let justice flow down like waters, and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Great and historic advances were won over this last century and a half by the determination and vision of working men and women in trade unions. Not everything was perfect. Not every decision of every union was without fault. I have no illusions about the fallibility of institutions, whether they be churches, companies, governments, or trade unions. It is all too easy to find privilege and power, influence and importance, an overwhelming temptation, which often subdues our original vision and motivation. We know that in the church. And let us not delude ourselves into thinking that the gig economy is the only reincarnation of oppression of the vulnerable in employment. Pensions are just one example of the profit motive leading to the weakest being given the most risk and the strongest the most protection. In these areas and in employment rights and in many others, we see that where inequality and profound injustice seem entrenched, insurmountable, it leads to instability in our society, divisions between peoples, vulnerability to the populism that stirs hatred between different ethnicities and religious groups, the rise of ancient demons of racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia and xenophobia, and the rise of extremism. But let justice flow down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. I meet frequently with other religious leaders, not only those from my own tradition, but from the other faith traditions that are part of the essential fabric of this country. It would be wrong of me to stand before you today and not speak of some of the anxiety I've heard from my Jewish and my Muslim friends about the language used to refer to them in political discussion and debate. It is anxiety I share. On both left and right, we have too often in recent times seen language which has been insensitive to the very real vulnerabilities of those who are too often talked about, much less often talked with. I know that all people of goodwill in this hall share that sense of concern and will do all they can to build that society and that politics of mutual respect and understanding and friendship. We all know that when any vulnerable group is objectified, trolled in social media, dismissed, then all of us are diminished. Such things are not worthy of our country, of its great Christian heritage, of its possibilities and vision, of a generous, just, and righteous society. Many of us know the great poem by Pastor Niemöller, written after 1945. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Oppression of minorities, division, instability, and economic injustice march together. A few weeks ago, it was reported that households are now even more indebted than they were in 2008. That is the result of low pay, an economy that allocates rewards through power, not for labor. The result is that debt support charities, including one based in Bradford, of which I'm a patron, Christians Against Poverty, find more and more people crowding to their doors, caught in debt slavery. More than that, when these charities help them, strengthening their families, working with them to negotiate with their lenders, it has been the understanding that the creditors would contribute so that the charity can help people get their life back on track. A full third of lenders and debt collectors simply fail to contribute. That is not an economic decision of the market. It is a failure of common human decency and values. It says no to the common good, to solidarity, and God replies, but let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. It is for us to bring justice, for trade unions, church, government, everyone in society. The alternative to our action is a destructive fatalism. A book was published last year called The Great Leveller. The author's pessimistic thesis is that inequality has only ever been addressed through war, famine, disease, revolution, and natural disaster. He gives an example of privileged societies. Among many, he looked back at the Aztec elite, who, as he puts it, and I quote, wore featherwork and jade ornaments, lived in two-story houses, ate the flesh of human sacrifices, drank chocolate, and did not pay taxes. Well, if you'll excuse a sarcastic remark, thank goodness we're not like that. By the way, before I'm accused of not liking chocolate, that is the one bit of the quote in which I have every sympathy for the Aztec elite. But not paying taxes speaks of the absence of our commitment to our shared humanity, to solidarity and justice. If you earn money from a community, you should pay your share of tax to that community. I was in business, and I know that within limits, it is right and proper for people to arrange their tax affairs and for companies to do so. But when vast companies like Amazon and other online traders, the new industries, can get away with paying almost nothing in tax, there is something wrong with the tax system. They don't pay a real living wage, so the taxpayer must support their workers with benefits. And having leached off the taxpayer once, they don't pay for our defense, for security, for stability, for justice, for health, for equality, for education. Then they complain of an undertrained workforce from the education they have not paid for. And they end up not paying for apprenticeships. And those are only a fraction of the cost of aggressive tax management. Mary spoke of the God who gave us Jesus as the one, as I said, who has shown strength with his arm. He has scattered the proud in the thoughts of their hearts. He has brought down the powerful from their thrones, lifted up the lowly, and filled the hungry with good things, and sent the rich away empty. But this book, The Great Leveller, is wrong. We need not await an apocalypse in despairing fatalism. A future of justice is in our hands. The TUC, over 150 years, together with so many other parts of civil society, stands as one of those groups which offer hope to our future, to the vulnerable and to the weak. But for good values to be in the ascendant, the TUC must have both a clear focus and genuine flexibility, a lesson we in the church too are seeking to learn. There is a need for a focus on the founding vision, to know what it is that you're seeking to achieve and never to lose sight of that. The TUC has profound socialist roots and also profound Christian ones. Christian socialism itself can be dated back to 1848. Fired with enthusiasm after a Chartist demonstration, F.D. Morris, Charles Kingsley, and John Ludlow formed the first Christian socialist group. The Christian faith teaches that all men and women are created equally and they are created in the image of God. This belief was shared by an increasing number of activists through the years. At the same time, the influence of what were then called the nonconformist churches was seen in the organisation of trade unions and cooperatives, and ultimately in the foundation of the Labour Party. At the heart of the TUC was the vision that for every oppressed worker, there should be an organisation which will speak truth to power with conviction and strength, not only in the public sector, but in every area of work where the weak face the powerful and the hungry face the satisfied. There must be unions in the gig economy. There must be unions in industries being automated, unions wherever workers are vulnerable. There must be a new unionisation, or, President, there will be a new victimisation. Unions must have a vision of a just and a righteous society. Power and influence are not zero-sum games. When we seek the common good, all benefit. The world in which we live at the moment, in which for people at lower levels of income, real earnings are virtually the same as they were almost 20 years ago, rising by just 1.7%, and lower by 7% than at the crash, as was reported in the BBC this morning, is matched by the 11% increase in FTSE 100 chief executives' remuneration over the last 12 months. We need genuine living wages that enable people to save more than £10 a month if they're lucky, and put an end to the days when replacing a fridge or a car tire is a household crisis. Unions are crucial to achieving real living wages. 5 years ago, I said to the chief executive of Wonga that I wanted credit unions to compete him out of business. Well, he's gone. Today, I dream that governments, now and in the future, put church-run food banks out of business. I dream of empty night shelters. I dream of debt-advised charities without clients. When justice rolls down like water and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, the food banks close, the night shelters are empty, families and households are hopeful of better lives for themselves and their children. Money is not a tyrant, and justice is seen. But this is not a vision for government alone. Governments of any party, all parties, will fail, act foolishly, be far away. Only partnership between government, civil society, including unions and churches and everyone else, business and community, can heal the sicknesses of society now and in the future. But with focus on our aims, there must also be flexibility. Your own paper on the future of work speaks of the monumental changes before us. Once again, I do not lecture you as one who has got it right. Flexibility is about adjusting to a world where through communication and social networks, we may have information but not affection. We risk recognition of issues, but not relationships to stand alongside people. We amplify communication, but not conversation. We embrace automation and risk losing human dignity. Unions will bring people together, negotiate through change, keep the eyes of all on the dignity of the human person. To do that, they must be present, have members in the affected parts of our economy, which will be almost all of it. To gain the members needs imagination, flexibility, and seeking the good of the worker, not just the power of the union. The church fell into the trap of seeking its own power for many centuries. Regardless of Brexit, a principal need of the next few years is resilience in our society. Resilience in the face of change, resilience in a world where the rule-based order we have become used to and which gives us security is more and more fragile. Resilient societies need resilient institutions, including unions. Resilience comes with solidarity, the common good, and the right use of power, including by all here. In talking of power and accountability, the Church unapologetically returns to the teaching of Jesus, as I do now. From the beginning to the end of the Bible, with prophets, with Luke, who recounts Mary's song in the New Testament, above all with Jesus himself, there is the call to justice, and justice means the right handling of power, the willingness to serve. On the last night of his life, he knelt and washed his disciples' feet. Abuse of power, whether from government, employer, church, or trade union, yes, it has happened in all of them, creates a free-fire zone in which only the powerful survive, while the vulnerable are destroyed and all human value is lost. It is the cradle of chaos, and from it rises havoc and destruction. For 150 years, the TUC has served as a model for other trade unions around the world in their fight for the rights of workers and the defense of their dignity. In 150 years from now, the world will surely look entirely different. But if we adapt, if we all adapt, if you adapt, the church also, serving the common good, helping to establish justice, acting in righteousness, not frightened and self-protective and power-seeking, but courageous and self-giving, then we may expect with joy that in this land, justice will flow down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Archbishop. That was wonderful to hear. Thank you very much. You've agreed to take some questions from delegates, and I'd now like to invite those delegates to come to the microphone on my left and ask their questions. I'm going to take all 4 questions and then ask you to comment at the end, if that's okay. Can I first ask Jean Butcher from UNISON?
Thank you. Good morning. Jean Butcher, UNISON from Canterbury. You have spoken out against poverty and the scourge of low pay. Is it now time for us to campaign together for the right of people, not just to exist, but to live a decent life? As a care worker working in a hospice, I know all too well about trying to make ends meet. Do you think it is now time for ourselves and the church to campaign for a real living wage of £10 per hour? Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Ryan Gallagher from GMB.
GMB was pleased to be a sponsor of the Institute of Public Policy Research's Economic Justice Commission. We strongly welcomed your remarks following the launch of the report last week when you said, economic justice requires that everyone should be treated with dignity in their economic life. GMB believes trade unions are vital to achieving this. Would you therefore encourage everyone to join a trade union to help achieve fairness and justice in the workplace? Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Can I call Caroline Williamson from USDOR? Thanks, Caroline.
Good morning. My union USDOR has just completed a survey of over 10,000 workers. This is one of the largest surveys of low-paid workers in recent times. It shows that 1 in 4 retail workers rely on in-work benefits just to make ends meet. We have serious concerns about the impact of universal credit on low-paid workers, and not just because of the 5-week wait for their first payment. Would the Archbishop please back calls from unions, the TUC, this conference and child poverty campaigners for the rollout of universal credit to be stopped?
Thank you, Suzanne. I've got Susanna Batchel, is that right, from Unite? Thank you, Suzanne.
All the glory belongs to God. Susan Abacho unites the Union Executive Council. Your Grace, will the Archbishop support the encouragement of clerks and church workers to join the union movement?
Over to you.
Questions and answers at the end of a talk is rather like extra time at the end of a match. It's where you lose it. More like penalty shootouts, really. Thanks, Jean, very much. And it's great to have someone from Canterbury. Our own experience is, as a family, that until about 10 years ago, I was, as a family, we depended very much on benefits. I was a vicar, and we had low, I was paid as a vicar, we had low, till 2007, a bit more now. We had, we needed child tax credit and all the rest of it. And we also, for one of our kids, relied on disability living allowance. So I've lived with a benefit system for a very, very long time. In 2016, as we know, the government introduced a higher minimum wage for workers aged 25 and over, called the National Living Wage. Well, I was a bit miffed by that because we'd been campaigning for the living wage for a while, and this wasn't the living wage. And it excludes young people. Organisations like the Living Wage Foundation calculate the wage required to cover living costs in 2018 is £10.20 an hour in London, £8.75 in the rest of the UK. I think it's probably gone up a bit since then. And the national living wage is £7.83 and £7.38 for under 25s. I believe that the minimum wage should be based on the cost of living and so be a real living wage so that people have enough to actually live on and live decently. Ryan, again, my local patch, though probably you cover a bit further along the coast than I do, along into sort of West Kent as well as North East Kent. But I spent a lot of time on the coast, in the coastal towns just before Easter, and I wasn't shocked because I was expecting it, but I don't know what a strong enough word is, really, just horrified by the levels of poverty in that area. Would I encourage people to join a trades union? I hope I've made that clear in my remarks today, that joining a union is a good thing. If you're not part of a union, anyone here not part of a union, please join a union. I may have misjudged my audience there. And you know, the fact is that round the world, the average Anglican is not in this country. The average Anglican is a woman in sub-Saharan Africa in her 30s on less than $4 a day. The majority, the overwhelming majority of our church around the world, in 165 countries, is a poor church. And where we see effective unions, you see improvement in the circumstances of people. And where you don't see effective unions, you see corruption and oppression. And we just need to remember that. Unions aren't just for this country. We need unions right round the world doing their job. So, thank you. Universal credit. As I said, I've been working with this, and I was really pleased to get in just in time to hear the end of the previous debate on benefits. Universal credit, we know, was supposed to reform the benefit system and make it simpler and more efficient. It has not done that. We know that. You heard that put to you very, very clearly. I think Dave was saying that, I'm right in thinking that, and others. And it was clear and powerful. We know that it has left too many people worse off than they were, putting people at the heightened risk of hunger. Can you believe we say this in England in the 21st century? Heightened risk of hunger. Debt, rent arrears, food banks. I know, churches are involved in most of the food banks. Food banks, we now know about 45% of people who attend food banks have at least one person in work. An awful lot of them have two people in work. And when universal credit comes into a local area, the need for food banks goes up very significantly. Bishops, I know most of you probably think we shouldn't be in the House of Lords, but while we are, we may as well make a noise. Have repeatedly argued in the House that the delays and benefits freeze are causing intense suffering and the inefficiency of the system is not working. I'm not a technical expert in this and I'm careful about dancing through minefields, but what is clear is if they can't get it right, they need to stop rolling it out. Because we must have people who have adequate incomes to live with dignity. If you look at a report last week done by Kamal Ahmed on the BBC, skip the bit with the middle-aged clergyman there, that's not really worth listening to, but there was an incredible woman from the Newington estate, just near Ramsgate, absolutely incredible. I met her and got to know her. She's fantastic. She is so full of everything that you would want to see in energy and courage. And she said with great simplicity, she said, I didn't expect when things were troubled in our family and we lost jobs and needed help, I didn't expect to be paid what I'm paid in a job, but I did expect there to be a safety net. And there wasn't. And she is, I think she's taken the local county council to court 11 times. Encouraging clergy and church workers to join the trade union movement, and yes, all the glory belongs to God. Thank you, praise God. Clergy and church workers are neither, well, let me put it more positively. I know that colleagues who recently joined the Church of England are told about joining a union as soon as they start as part of their induction and are given all the necessary information to do so, and I fully support that without reservation. There's a Church of England clergy advocate section in Unite, and I think we need to develop that more. And I think that was it, President.
That is very much it. It just falls to me to thank you, and to thank you so much both for the address but also taking the time to answer questions. I know that that's a series of comments that are going to give us a lot of strength and a lot of feeling in terms of where we and the church sit. So on that note, I would say that you mentioned Archbishop Campbell Tate 139 years ago, I think it was, when they first started talking from your side to ours. I think we all hope it isn't going to be another 139 years before we have this kind of conversation again. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congress. I'm now going to call paragraph 4.5 and motion 66, Family Justice System in Crisis. The General Council support the motion. It's going to be moved by NAPO, seconded by the POA. I don't have any other speakers indicated. NAPO, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here. Congress, can I ask for a little bit of quiet for the Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I start by just thanking the General Council for the warm-up act?
though I fear he may put me under a little pressure.
No,
but thank you anyway. Okay, so my name's Yvonne Pattison. I'm from Napo, and I'm moving motion 66, the family justice system in crisis. President, Congress, this motion really speaks for itself, so I'm going to try and be brief and not take the full allotted time. NAPO's membership is mainly probation staff, but we also represent those staff working in the family court system. These members support families going through care proceedings at what can be one of the most stressful times in their life. They are some of the most dedicated professionals I have seen, and what's more, all too often, they are the only support that these parents and children have when at their most vulnerable. It may surprise you to know that last year there has been a 13% increase in private law applications and a 6% in public law applications. And this is on top of an increase in care applications of over 10% and a struggling recruitment and retention process within the Children and Family Court Advisory and Support Service, or CAFCAS as it's known. Workloads are now totally unmanageable, and as such, work-related stress is not surprisingly on an upward trajectory. Our members are regularly submitting reports at 2 a.m. in the morning, as unregulated home working increases to cut costs even further. In addition, we have seen numerous examples of staff going part-time to 3 or 4 days so they can catch up on their days off. Congress, it's totally unacceptable. So how have we got here? Well, Chris Grayling, yes, it's him again, and his hated legislation, Legal Aid, Sentencing and Punishment of Offenders Act of 2012, or LASPO as we know it, has stripped away legal aid for the majority of families. As such, our members are facing further pressures from unrepresented families desperately needing advice. Ironically, the cost-cutting exercise of LASPO has increased costs to CAFCAS as they try to manage these extra demands of advice and support. Lack of resources and poverty have added an extra burden on an already crippled system. Our members are quite simply at breaking point. And to make matters worse, it is recognised by CAFCAS that they are helpless to fix it. I'm sorry that the Archbishop rushed off so long, because I was thinking to trouble him for a little bit of divine intervention to sort this mess out, because quite honestly, I think it's going to take some miracle as long as this government stay in power. But nevertheless, he's gone. So we must see investment from the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister must address the issue instead of simply exploiting our staff until they drop. The 13th of June saw the publication of the Care Crisis Review. It was commissioned in response to Sir James Mumby's call to action in 2016, when he said, "We are facing a crisis, and truth be told, we have no clear idea how to fix it. What is to be done?" The review looks at how to address the crisis, explores the contributory factors to the highest number of children in care since the Children Act of 1989 was enacted, and care order applications reaching record levels in 2017. The key findings are there is a sense of crisis felt by many young people, families and staff within the system. Professionals are frustrated by working in a system that is so overstretched and in which too often children and families do not get the direct help they need early enough to prevent difficulties escalating. There is a palpable sense of unease about how the lack of resources and poverty and deprivation are making it harder and harder and harder for families and the system to cope. Contributors express strong concerns that a culture of blame, shame and fear has permeated the system and affected all those, including children. There is a £2 billion shortfall in children's social care as a result of continued cuts that the government simply must make up if this system is to work effectively and fairly. Additional ring-fence money must be given to local authorities to enable them to tackle the crisis locally. Congress, the review and this motion is not about avoiding care at all costs. For some children, it is absolutely the right thing to provide safety and security, but this cannot be achieved in the current system while it is so overstretched The system must be properly funded, professionals must be properly resourced to do their job, and children must be given all the support and resources they need to flourish. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. I call the POA. Thank you. I don't have any other speakers listed on this motion. I'm just checking. No. Next motion.
Congress, the POA are happy to second this motion and we fully support it. As part of the criminal justice sector, we realise the importance of adequate funding, specialised training and appropriate staffing levels throughout the system. Adopting this motion will focus minds to not only achieve this, but also to assist in reducing the all too common progression from care home to custody by ensuring adequate resourcing. Far too often we have witnessed in our environment staff burnout and mental health problems caused by work pressures, a lack of staff and insufficient remuneration. This, coupled with inadequate training to support vulnerable people in our care, including children, leads to experienced staff seeking alternative employment and new recruits leaving the profession within the first 12 months. It is also important we acknowledge the impact any prison sentence has on the family unit. A child who has a parent in prison will need additional financial and emotional support. Without doubt, they will suffer as a consequence of their parents' actions. Give staff who work with the most vulnerable in society decent funding, pay and pay progression. Increase the staffing levels so they can manage their workloads, keep themselves safe and meet the needs of the people needing their support. Offer them sufficient and specialised training so they can develop themselves, have a career path and they ensure the service they provide is the best they can deliver. Most of all, listen to the trade unions who are the solution, not the problem. Fund our family justice system, fund our prisons, social care and fund the NHS. Give us the chance to succeed. Please support the motion.
Right to reply. I've heard no speakers against, so I'm not seeing that you need it. Thank you. I'm going to move us to the vote on motion 66. Will all those in favour please show? Thank you. All those against, please show. That's carried unanimously. I move us to motion 67, the Transforming Rehabilitation Counter-Revolution. The General Council support the motion, moved by Napo and seconded by UNISON. Yep, I got you there. Thank you. Napo.
President, good morning, Congress. Ian Lawrence, General Secretary at NAPO. Firstly, can I thank the morning staff for managing to put the images of myself and Chris Grayling alongside one another in today's edition. Let me say it's a one and only time that this man and NAPO will ever be on the same page. Was it really 4 years ago that I reported the views of a former NAPO member who, just before they tragically took their own life, chillingly forecasted that the then Justice Secretary was likely to have blood on his hands as a result of his disastrous part privatisation of the service? The same Chris Grayling, who at that time, along with others, since gone, claimed that privatisation was nothing to worry about. Congress, this week we have heard references to the deaths of 96 people in the Hillsborough disaster and the 72 victims of the fire at Grenfell Tower. And then we heard the heart-rending calls for justice. Justice for the families of those victims and for those responsible for these terrible events to be called to account. And in motion 67, NAPO sets out our particular concerns about the increase in serious further offences, which typically include murder, that have occurred since TR was implemented. These deaths may not grab the headlines in the same way as terrible tragedies in Sheffield and West London, but those victims and their families should also be afforded respect and dignity and be just as entitled that the people whose incompetence and stunning complacency have contributed to these appalling losses should be called to account. NAPO warned about this many years ago. We've had 4 years of unmitigated chaos in the service, and many of you over that time who've attended here at Congress will have heard the tales of despair from our delegations. This year, the Justice Select Committee issued a damning report into the state of the probation service. Their conclusions chiming with numerous reports from Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Probation, which basically said This system cannot work any longer. And we've seen systemic failures, mainly, but not exclusively, across the CRC estate, under the watch of privateers, notwithstanding the fact there are serious problems in the national service as well. But what can we expect in the face of understaffing, massive caseloads, staff morale through the floor, and record levels of sickness absence as people keel over with stress-related illnesses? Bailiffs arriving at CRC offices to seize goods in lieu of unpaid utility bills. Rat infestation in approved premises, where night cover there has recently been privatised with the same disastrous impact. Get this, true, sex offenders placed on unpaid work at or near to nursery premises. You couldn't make this up. And shambolic operational systems run by a number of the owners responsible for the 21 contracts. So it isn't safe. It isn't safe. Clients not being seen for several weeks and telephoned up by the practitioner to ask if they've committed any offences recently. Well, that's good for you, isn't it? And it gets worse, much worse, because of the human impact that I've alluded to earlier. Many of you will have seen the shocking BBC Panorama documentary, which featured 2 dreadful serious further offences, one resulting in the death of a young child and one a young adult, at the hands of offenders who ought not to have been at that place at that time, but where system failures were a major contributory factor to these crimes. And the response to this type of incident from this inept and cynical government is to simply shake that good old money tree yet again. £230 million to be handed over to failing contractors for each of the remaining 2 years of these contracts, while NAPO engages in difficult pay negotiations to try and secure a decent pay rise, the first one in 10 years for our staff. So we are calling for a counter-revolution to restore the probation service back to its rightful place, to build on a notable concession that will see the return of offender management work back to the national service in Wales. And whilst we welcome that, I say to David Gauke and Rory Stewart, if you can do that for Wales, you can do that in England as well. So we want a probation service back where it belongs, in public control and public ownership, free from the disastrous management of profit-seeking privateers who know the price of everything but the value of nothing. And ideally, we need that under a Labour government whose leadership has pledged to our members to kick out the privateers, soothsayers, cheats and thieves from our probation service. And get this, without a penny in compensation from the public purse. We need probation back in the hands who know what they're doing. So let this Congress join the clarion call to likes of Sodexo, Interserve, Working Links and others to not wait 2 years before your contract is up, but to go and go now. I move.
Thank you, Ian. Unison, second. Thank you.
President, Congress, Tony Green from Unison, seconding this motion from our sister trade union in probation, NAPO. The latest privatisation catastrophe, ushered in by the man with the reverse Midas touch. Yes, it's Chris failing Grayling. First, he split the service down the middle, centralised half of it inside the Ministry of Justice and sold half of it to the private sector, breaking apart the vital link of probation to local communities and local partners. In the private companies, many have told us that profit, not public safety, comes first. The centralised National Probation Service has not worked either. It cannot pay staff properly or on time. It threatens the very identity and independence of probation and has continued with disastrous privatisation in hostels. Victims of crime are being forgotten, Congress. Preventing reoffending is coming second to meeting artificial targets. And Her Majesty's Inspectorate has published a damning series of reports into the failings of private probation companies. The Justice Select Committee concluded that they are unconvinced that transforming rehabilitation could ever deliver an effective or viable probation service. And yet, instead of being held to account, the new Justice Secretary has given the companies a massive bailout because they weren't making enough money. UNISON members could not agree more with the call in this motion for a new model and a new vision for the probation service. And UNISON has a vision to restore probation to public hands, to return it to a locally delivered, locally accountable service. We believe that police and crime commissioners and elected mayors could be well placed to advocate for a well-resourced, functional and publicly delivered service run under the ethos of public services, not commercial gain. Congress, please support this motion so that dedicated probation staff and their unions can start a real transformation of the service they care so much about. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Napo, I've heard no speeches against, so I'm going to move straight to the vote. Will all those in favour of motion 67 please show? I thank you. All those against, please show. That's carried unanimously. Delegates, we continue with section 3 of the General Council report, Respect and a Voice at Work. Turning to the section on social policy, that's from page 56. I call motion 32, corporal punishment of children in England. The General Council support the motion, moved by AEP, seconded by the NEU. I haven't had any other indications, so could those two unions come to the front? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm John Drevich from the Association of Educational Psychologists, moving motion 32. Educational psychologists spend their working lives helping and supporting many children to achieve their potential. Some of those children have difficult home lives, which can include violence and abuse. Violence towards children is not justifiable, yet our current laws still allow it to some extent in the form of corporal punishment. In the UK, corporal punishment was banned in state schools in 1986 and in private schools in 2003, but it's still allowed in the home. A parent or caregiver can, within the law, smack or otherwise hit and hurt their child, and the law says that the punishment must be reasonable, but even when there is physical evidence of severe punishment, it's almost always impossible to prove that the punishment is unreasonable. The legal test is whether or not the intent was reasonable rather than the consequences. And because violence can often take place behind closed doors, it can remain hidden. Congress, is it right that our laws protect adults from assault but don't protect children? We have all heard people say that a little smack is okay, but there's overwhelming evidence that physical punishment is harmful to children. The UN Secretary General's study on violence against children was the first comprehensive global study to make clear that corporal punishment both hurts and damages children. Large-scale research has reported that when parents have been asked about the force used when smacking their child, 2 in 5 of those parents have used greater force than they intended. When force is used in tit-for-tat situations, there are changes in brain activity which lead to an escalation in the degree of force used and inaccuracy in adults judging how much force they are using. Adults often don't appreciate the emotional pain caused by corporal punishment and the potential short and long-term damage this can have on individuals and on society. Corporal punishment leads to a lower quality of the parent and child relationship, poorer mental health in childhood and adulthood, high levels of aggression and antisocial behaviour, and an increased risk of being a victim of physical abuse. Adults who smack their children usually mean well. They probably believe that it is the right thing to do. But smacking models aggressive behaviour. It says to them that it is okay to use violence. There are many other more effective ways of teaching children right from wrong than by hitting them. We should be encouraging and supporting parents and carers to understand and use them. In a major research study, Professor Elizabeth Gershoff asked young children to describe being smacked by parents. One of their responses, "It really hurts, it stings, and makes you feel horrible inside." Isn't it time to stop allowing children to be made to feel horrible inside? The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which was signed by the UK in 1990, requires the prohibition in law and elimination in practice of all corporal punishment in all settings, because it is a breach of children's rights to protection from assault. The Council of Europe and many other bodies have called for a ban on corporal punishment. Our own NSPCC has long campaigned for changes to the law and to our culture to promote positive, non-violent parenting. 60 countries already have full bans, including Sweden, the Republic of Ireland, Spain, Germany, Portugal, the Netherlands and Poland as examples. In Wales and Scotland, moves to introduce a ban are now well advanced, with support from both devolved governments. It is time for a ban to be in place across the whole of the UK. We do not accept violence in the workplace. We do not allow violence in schools. We do not accept domestic violence between adults in their homes. We are banning the use of painful electric shock collars on cats and dogs. Congress, now is the time to make violence against children illegal in the UK in all settings, including the home. I move. Thank you.
I have that seconded by the NEU. Thank you.
Thank you, President Congress, Jerry Glazier, National Education Union. Pleased to second this important motion from AEP, which may, outside this Congress, be seen somewhat controversial. It was early in the 1980s that the predecessor union, the National Union of Teachers of the NEU, voted at their annual conference to abolish corporal punishment in schools. At the time, that decision, which was not without controversy, was taken. It was the right decision. As you've heard, by 1986, corporal punishment, thankfully by then significantly in decline, was abolished in schools in England and then subsequently also in Wales and Scotland. Congress, let's be in no doubt that being a parent or carer is a very challenging, complex, difficult and lifelong job. Austerity cuts have disgracefully deprived support for families, with a disbanding of parent support programmes, devastating cuts in the Short Start schemes, underinvestment in health visitors and the closing of children's centres. Congress, in society now, sadly, too many children experience abuse. Too many children experience fear and too many children experience exploitation. Crucially, campaigning for public services and services for families and children remain essential for the TUC. As has been said, at the heart of this motion is the demand that the UK government affirms its support for the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and calls for the government to draft proposals to remove the defence of reasonable punishment in criminal law regarding the use of corporal punishment of children, not just in the home, but elsewhere. Congress, let us be clear. Parents and carers have the right to set boundaries. Parents and carers have a crucial role supporting kids in developing positive social skills and good behaviour. However, now is the time to ensure that children are legally safeguarded, whether in the home or elsewhere. For the avoidance of doubt, we're not talking about banning parents or carers giving kids the odd occasional light tap. As has been explained by the mover, we're talking about more significant issues. We are talking about being clear that corporal punishment of children in anger, as a premeditated punishment or otherwise, can never in 2018 be acceptable and is indefensible. President Conference, I second.
I thank you, NEU. I've heard no speakers against. I'm assuming we're not going to use the right of reply. Thank you. Can I then move to the vote on motion 32? Will all those in favour please show? Thank you. All those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I call paragraph 4.9 and motion 33 a strategy for children and young people, and I have in brackets CYP. The General Council supports the motion, moved by the AEP, seconded by Prospect. I have a list of other speakers. I'm going to ask you all to come to the front. Congress, this is where I'm going to ask speakers if you can try and keep your contributions tight, because I want to get all unions in. UNISON, NEU, UCU, NASU, WT. So I start with the motion to be moved by the AEP. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Lisa O'Connor, President, Association of Educational Psychologists, moving motion 33. President, Congress. A recent report from the Children's Commissioner in England reported that there are 2 million children and young people who are living in circumstances that make them vulnerable to the impact of a range of adverse childhood experiences. Experiences that can lead to immense stress. Neuroscience tells us that excessive stress can severely impair the growth of the brain's neural pathways so that children's physical, intellectual and emotional development are all literally stunted. What are those experiences? They arise from many different sources in children's homes and communities, from misuse of drugs and alcohol within the family, from living in overcrowded conditions, being separated from parents because of adults' hospitalisation or having to work away from home, social isolation, poor nutrition, disjointed care because of parents working long, unsociable and sometimes unpredictable hours, abuse, domestic violence, poverty, discrimination, from having to care for other children and sick or disabled parents, forced rehousing because of short-term lets and lack of affordable housing, which cuts them adrift from familiar people and surrounding, which leads to a lack of consistency in their lives and their schooling. You may ask, why have we brought this motion to Congress? But those 2 million children identified by the Children's Commissioners are living in our families and communities. They will have had parents who are members of our trade unions, and we would hope that they will grow up because trade unions become trade unionists themselves in the future. Their lives and the way they have to live are our business. The key themes of this year's Congress, the economy, Brexit, respect, a voice at work, good services and strong unions affect adults and children. In any society, children require adult protection by their parents, extended families, local and national government, to reduce sources of stress, to support responsive relationships and to strengthen core life skills. But sometimes those very adults can inadvertently cause those adverse experiences for children and young people. Some of those experiences can be caused by circumstances directly related to parents' work, not being able to make ends meet, provide a balanced diet, afford decent housing with safe outside space to play because of poor pay. Not being able to attend your children's education and health needs because of long hours and restrictive working practice. Not being able to arrange good quality substitute care for your children because of not having next week's roster or being able to work extra hours without proper notice. Having to move your children's school and support network because of forced workplace moves. Watching your children's health suffer because of the effects of environmental policies. Little or no access to safe public transport because of transport policies and practices. Economic policies have led to the fragmentation and disintegration of those organisations which help children and families, and these have led to diminishing public services. Congress, is anyone scrutinising and recognising the overall impact of a range of current economical, industrial and social policies and working practices on today's children and young people? We need scrutiny and recognition, and we need a national debate across all our communities because of our children and young people and their basic needs. We need to develop a consensus about what experiences our children need in order to thrive so that they develop successfully as active and fulfilled adults in our communities. The outcome of that debate should inform the government to develop and publish a joined-up strategy for children and young people, which is guided by the ever-growing body of research on the effects of adverse and early childhood experiences, which promotes the holistic development of and well-being of all our children and young people, and ensures that all new government policies at national and local level, which may ostensibly be aimed at adults, are assessed in terms of their impact upon children and young people before agreeing to implement. Congress, I move.
Thank you very much. I call Prospect to second. Thank you. Whilst you're coming up, everyone's sitting over there. Is that my group of people? Do you think you could move to here so that I can make sure I don't lose you? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good day, Committee and Congress. I'm Mark Kent from Prospect, and I'm here to second this motion. Actually, you do get a jolly good view from up here, and if it weren't for the lights in my eyes, I'd actually be able to see if you're awake or not, but I'll do my best. I hope you'd all agree with me if I were to say that some of our most passionate and energetic speakers at this 150th Congress have been our younger members. A joy to listen to, and a reminder that there is another generation of children and young people coming along to pick up where we leave off, and when we leave off, and perhaps if we leave off. Prospect represents several thousand workers in children and young people's education, social support. Each one of our members knows that every child matters. In 2003, Tony Blair's government also discovered and recognised that every child matters, and they legislated in order to ensure suitable provision for children in all key respects. Child safety, health and well-being, happiness, the ability to achieve and to become productive. Great stuff, wonderful, fantastic. It's a little disappointing, though, but maybe not surprising, Congress, to note that in 2010, David Cameron's cabinet backed off. Well, how exactly do you back off from every child mattering? Do they all matter a little bit less? Do they only matter on Mondays and Tuesdays and not for the rest of the week? Or do only some children matter and not the others? Well, that feels rather Tory, doesn't it? So maybe that's what they had in mind. Congress, when a child is given a voice to speak for themselves, then they become adults who can, will, and do learn to speak for all of us. All of us, Congress, just as our younger members have done so eloquently at this Congress. Congress, I second this motion. Please support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call now UNISON to be followed by NEU, to be followed by UCU, to be followed by NASUWT. Thank you.
Thank you. President, Congress, Kate Ramsden from UNISON speaking in support of this motion. And this is an issue that's really close to my heart, as I work as a children's rights officer with looked after children who are amongst our most vulnerable. As well as making sure that these young people have a voice in their own lives, we campaign to support, we help them to campaign to make things better for all looked after children and to help them to have a say in how best we, as adults, can support them. Our Young People's Organising and Campaigning Group, which we call our YPOC group, has produced guides on how the adults in their lives can support looked after children as corporate parents, at meetings and in school. Their voice is powerful and has made a difference. And we know in this movement, don't we, delegates, that having a voice improves resilience and promotes self-esteem. This motion highlights the plight of vulnerable children across the UK and is of course wider than just looked after children. As we've heard several times this week, child poverty is on the rise, and we know this has a serious negative impact on all aspects of children's lives, health and development. Cuts to public service has made this much, much worse. It's shameful. Before last year's budget, councils and charities wrote to the Chancellor urging him to tackle the funding crisis in children's services. But the Chancellor refused to act. And nearly 1 year on, here we are in Manchester talking about the same problems that everyone agrees faces children and young people. Everyone, that is, except this Tory government. In UNISON, we know that 8 years of sustained cuts to council budgets mean that even statutory services like children's services are at tipping point. Over the last 8 years, more than £1.7 billion has been cut from early intervention programmes by the Tories. Central government cuts, service pressures and increased demand means that councils have overspent on children's services by more than £600 million, with a £2 billion funding gap identified by 2020. UNISON welcomes this motion, and we welcome the call for a joined-up strategy by government and child impact assessments on all policies, but it must be properly and sustainably resourced if it's going to improve the lives of our most vulnerable children. And really, it needs the Chancellor to act in this year's budget if we're going to turn things round for these young people who need our help the most. We also welcome the call for a national debate across all communities, and we agree that the strategy must be informed by that. However, we believe the voices of children and young people must be central to this. They are the experts in their lives, and they know what will improve their lives, so their voices must be heard. Congress, please remember that when you were looking at developing that strategy or calling for it, and support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. The NEU, please. Thank you.
Thank you, President, Congress. Jane Nellis, National Education Union, and I'm very pleased to support this extremely important motion, because here we are dealing with the real victims of this economic crisis. Years ago, when we looked at local authority policies and government policies, we had things like a poverty impact assessment about how we could improve the lives of those most vulnerable. Now, with the huge local authority cuts, all it is spreading the misery. And in Coventry, in my own city, we have experienced such huge cuts, £110 million a year, and that translates to misery. Our schools are, despite having to face huge cuts themselves, are desperately trying to plug the holes for those vulnerable communities. Our members, we have reports of our members paying out of their own pockets to support families, parents fainting in the playground because they haven't had enough to eat and they're working so hard. Schools now having washing machines to try and support families, and providing counselling and support not just for children but for parents too. I think we have to look at what will make all those policies, all those things that we've talked about over the last few days, the sure starts that have been cut, which had started to make a difference for those vulnerable families, the youth services that have been cut, that leave young people without that support, the fact that children now don't have safe play opportunities, holiday clubs cut, all the things that we have discussed, all the mental health services that have been cut for young people, and the support for SEND pupils and for children and young people. The deep-seated poverty that we have in our country today that is destroying the lives of not just families but the children that are suffering, that is criminal. And so we have to, I suppose, from this conference, redouble our efforts to make sure that all of those services that those vulnerable children rely on should be there. I support.
Thank you very much. I call UCU.
Hello everyone, Vicky Blake, UCU. No child is best served by cliched academy mottos like dream, aspire, achieve, when many need praise and support for managing breathe, eat, survive. I have a very silly job title. I am a student talent spotting officer, and this usually leads to jokes and questions including, is that like the X Factor? When jobs like mine, in widening access to and participation in higher education, are styled like this, we need to ask why. I do love what I do. I work with fantastic young people who defy societal tropes about lazy teenagers who give up holiday time and rearrange their jobs to participate in our development activities. They meet our widening participation criteria, and they've been identified as students who have not grown up with every privilege. The university's widening participation criteria include having lived in care and serious adverse circumstances, but each year we manage to recruit only a few of many who would meet these. What about kids who would have been closed out or written off before our patchy WP initiatives reach them? What about kids who never have the magic key bestowed upon them, being told that they have potential? Why are we so often asked to believe that only young people who fit in certain boxes should be given extra opportunities and support? Our target-driven systems are broken. Our targets damage people before they have even begun. Kids at our events often describe chronic stress symptoms. Panic attacks are not rare. Are we supposed to believe that the best case scenario is stressed kids with stressed parents and carers, going to school with stressed teachers and stressed support staff, preparing to go into jobs or university with stressed staff there too, maybe with the odd resilience or mindfulness course thrown in? You'd be forgiven for thinking that governments like ours have set up a secret cortisol factory and we are the unwitting stress bees. Let's pass this motion, but let's also go back to our unions and our workplaces and find ways that we can improve the lives of children and young people now. We need evidence-based, effective policies, but we need urgently to do something about the endemic stress, distress, and mental ill health among young people. We each need to show we believe that they and we are fully rounded, interesting people, and we all have something to contribute. Stressed young people, too often treated like cash cows in the pursuit of profit by academy chains, but discarded if they don't fit the right boxes, deserve more. They deserve a childhood. They deserve to experiment, to try things that fail, to learn. They deserve to believe they have a future, because every child has potential. Please support.
Thank you. I call NASUWT.
Bore-da, Angela Butler, NASUWT, the Teachers' Union, speaking in support of motion 33. It is beyond dispute that policies implemented since May 2010 have had a profoundly detrimental impact on the lives of children and young people. Research undertaken by the Independent Institute for Fiscal Studies confirms that the overall number of children in the UK experiencing absolute poverty is set to increase by a staggering 1.4 million between 2010 and 2020. As a result, over 27.2% of children will be living in absolute poverty by 2020. Congress, in the fifth largest economy in the world, such a statistic is nothing short of a disgrace. It's for this reason that the NASUWT will continue its campaign for a concerted and effective action by government to tackle the causes of poverty as well as its consequences. However, experience from around the UK as well as from the rest of the world demonstrates that action to tackle all the barriers that prevent children and young people from achieving and succeeding will only make a positive difference to their lives if it's part of a coherent and cohesive national strategy. A strategy that, while recognising the distinctive role played by different services for children, it understands that also these services must work together to ensure that all children's life chances are enhanced. Such a strategy cannot be left to chance, leaving different bodies and agencies at a local level to work matters out for themselves. My personal experience as a pastoral leader in a large comprehensive is testament to that. As Mark mentioned earlier, one of the most valuable legacies squandered by ministers since 2010 was the powerful and demonstrably effective strategy, Every Child Matters. This strategy, born out of hard experience of teachers and other children's services professionals, was founded on the principles that all children, no matter where they live or which school they attend, have basic common rights. The right to be healthy, to be safe, to enjoy, to achieve, to make a positive contribution and achieve economic well-being. At its heart, this strategy understood that only by by the coordinated action between central and local government, between schools and other agencies for children, could the basic entitlement of all children to a fulfilling and constructive life be secured. The reckless abandonment of this strategy must be regarded as one of the most deeply misguided policy decisions of recent times. Congress, it is well past time for a new comprehensive strategy for young people and children. A strategy that...
Angela, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to...
Sorry, yeah. A new Every Child Matters framework for the third decade of this century. Congress, please support the motion.
Thank you very much. I've heard no speeches against, so I'm looking, I think, waive the right to reply. Thank you. Congress, can I move us to the vote then on motion 33? All those in favour, please show. Thank you very much. All those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We turn then to section 6 of the General Council report, TUC Administration and Organisation, from page 76. I'm calling paragraphs 6.1, 6.2, 6.4 and 6.6 and 6.14. Looking around, that completes section 6 of the General Council's report. Right, we're on to unfinished business. So, as I indicated earlier, I'm going to take the outstanding business now. If I run through this with you so that you hear the order in which I'm going to take it. Composite Emergency 1, which is public sector pay, that's to be moved by PCS, seconded by POA, supported by FBU. Can you move to the front to be ready, please? Emergency Motion 2 on Jesus Sandwich, moved by UNISON and seconded by ASLEF. Emergency Motion 3, defending journalism in the public interest, moved by NUJ, seconded by CWU. Emergency Motion 4, cuts to the UNWRA and the nation-state law, moved by ASLEF, seconded by Unite. Emergency Motion 5, RBS bank closures, moved by Unite, seconded by Accord. Emergency Motion 6, support national unity, demonstration on Saturday the 17th of November, moved by UCU, seconded by PCS. Emergency Motion 7 on fair pay in schools, moved by the NEU, seconded by the NASUWT. Emergency Motion 8, public sector pensions. I don't mean that, public service pensions, my apologies. That's to be moved by the SOR and seconded by FBU. Composite Emergency Motion 9, attack on rail workers' pay, moved by the RMT, seconded by the TSSA. I will take this outstanding business in that order. Congress, you can tell by what I've just read out, that's a lot that we've set ourselves, but it's your stuff and I want to get all of it through. Can I ask all speakers to stick to their timelines? Mark Sawotka, I'm hearing you're saying that. That's what I'm saying to you. He will set the tone and he will do it well. Seriously, if everyone who's going to speak could look at what they're going to say, if you can find a sentence to take out which makes sure that we get everyone to have their say, I'd be really grateful. The floor is yours, PCS. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Good morning, Congress. Mark Sawotka on behalf of PCS to move Emergency Motion 1. I won't take anything out, but I'll just talk quicker. Congress, in this week, we've been told that as we move on as a society, we have a goal of reducing the working week to 4 days. Let me start in moving this composite with a story about how the government treats its own staff. Just listen to this and think of the consequences. In the Ministry of Justice, the government told its own staff if they wanted to beat their paltry 1 to 1.5% pay offer for government workers, they were asking all staff to increase their working day by between 1 hour and 3 hours, and they were asking many of their staff to extend their working week into the weekends, including for some onto shift working. That was the bribe that was offered to staff in order to tell them if you want more than 1 to 1.5%, that's what you're going to have to do. It is to the immense credit of our members that they voted to reject the increase in their terms and conditions and working week by a 94% majority with a 74% turnout in the ballot. What a brilliant indication of how our members are not prepared to be forced by this government to turn back the clock. But conference, that's one story. Our members across the civil service, after Theresa May told people that she was going to give what they deserve to the just managing, are now £3,400 a year worse off than they were in 2010. They have worse pensions where they pay more and they work longer. They pay increased national insurance contributions. They've had their redundancy terms slashed until PCS defeated them in the High Court, a victory that's cost the government £100 million and shows why being in a fighting trade union is always the best thing for members to do. They are also presiding over a civil service that has lost 180,000 jobs because of government cuts, as they now roll out also an office closure programme that sees hundreds of courts, job centres and tax office closing, meaning people who used to have the ability to have public sector jobs in all parts of the UK are now seeing the government withdraw from their communities, threatening a life for many people without any prospect of a decent, well-paid job. So Congress, our union, believes that that is totally unacceptable, and I am proud that we as a union, on our own, decided that we would not accept those attacks from the government and decided to ballot all of our members for above-inflation pay rises, which were what they deserved. Now, Congress, this composite recognises that in some parts of the public sector that members did do better than they were probably expecting. Indeed, in our own union in Scotland, we delivered the highest pay rises for any public sector workers, with all of our members getting above the rate of inflation in fully funded pay offers from the Scottish Government. But in the UK, we have been forced to be put up again with 1% or 1.5%. So Congress, we balloted our members for sustained industrial action and put more effort than ever before in persuading them to vote yes. And Congress, let me tell you this, that although we did not achieve the 50% threshold, we are proud of what we did. We were disappointed not to beat the threshold, but we are determined that we will beat it next time. Because Congress, our members voted by 86% for a significant and sustained period of industrial action on a 42% turnout. Now, this was the biggest ballot in the UK since the government changed their laws, and I hope Congress can agree with us. It cannot be right that workers are not allowed to strike when 86% of them vote to take industrial action. These laws should be scrapped, and we call on you to support our legal challenge against this government. But Congress, we're not sorry that we balloted. This composite urges all public sector unions to work together in 2019 to deliver above-inflation pay rises. Because let's be clear, anything less than the rate of inflation is a further cut in living standards for hard-pressed women and men who keep the public services of this country afloat. So Congress, in asking you to support the motion, I want you to know what we are now doing. We are going back to every workplace, building on the hundreds of members that we've recruited and the hundreds of new activists that we have got, updating our records, challenging the government on the method of balloting. But Congress, we have already decided this. If the government doesn't fall and if the government doesn't change its position, we are already committed to a further ballot for sustained industrial action in the spring of 2019. That work is starting now. This composite urges everyone to consider joining us or at least supporting us. Our members deserve above the rate of inflation. Let's stand together and make sure we get it. I move.
Thank you. Thank you. POA to second, and then FBU.
Thank you, President. Congress, Steve Gillen, POA. The POA are pleased to second Emergency Composite 1 on public sector pay, and the POA endorsed the views and strategy articulated by Mark Sawatka, PCS.
Mary's broken the machine. You just carry on talking. You get another 15 seconds for that. Go for it.
Thank you very much. The POA welcomes the General Council's statement on collective bargaining, which is in line with the Labour Party election manifesto in 2017. We also thank the Institute of Employment Rights for their book it published at the TUC on Sunday evening, which shows through how a new collective bargaining act, sectoral collective bargaining, can be re-established in the UK. Sectoral collective bargaining will set binding minimum standards for wages and other terms across each industry and sector of the economy. Collective bargaining is the only way in which workers can get a say in terms and conditions on which they work. Democracy indeed at the workplace. Sectoral collective bargaining is the only way of reducing the appalling inequalities in income we know all too well in this country. It is the only way of giving British workers the wage rise they so richly deserved after a decade of austerity. By raising wages, it is the only way of increasing demand in the economy to get the economy back on its feet after the destruction brought on it by the Tories. In particular, we want collective bargaining on pay. My union has an advantage over some of you. In public sector prisons, we have well-established collective bargaining. True, we have a burden that none of you have. We are forbidden by law from exercising our fundamental right to strike, but that is another story. What makes a mockery of our right to bargain collectively is that there is one item on which the government will not negotiate with us, which is pay. The very reason why workers go to work. To substitute for bargaining on pay, we have the Prison Service Pay Review Body. In the last few years, we have refused to cooperate with that process, and I will tell you why. There is no negotiation involved. You simply make a written submission and then give oral evidence. We have no say on the membership of the panel. They are selected and paid for by government. We do not believe they are impartial or independent, and the ILO agrees with us. They are given a remit letter telling them their limits on what recommendations they can make, and whatever they recommend is merely that recommendation which government is not bound by. This can be no substitute for collective bargaining. In fact, it is collective begging, getting the crumbs from the table. Pay review bodies, especially the Prison Service Pay Review Body, have no place in the new era of collective bargaining that we aspire to. The POA want the Prison Service Pay Review Body abolished and replaced with collective bargaining on pay. I understand the sovereignty of independent trade unions and their autonomy, but if they can demonstrate any situation where they already have collective bargaining on pay, but think their members would be better off with the end of collective bargaining and the substitution of a pay review body, then I would very much like to hear about it. Congress, for the protection of all workers in the UK, support the composite on public sector pay. I so move.
Thank you, Steve. The FBU. While the FBU are coming to the platform, can I call down NEU, UCU and HCSA for this debate?
President Congress, CMRE Fire Brigade Union. The FBU are proud to support this motion. We submitted amendments to both PCS motion on pay and the POA motion on collective bargaining, and now they've combined into this emergency motion. I'm pleased to report to you, Congress, you're going to get 2 speeches for the price of 1, delivered in half the time, and you can thank the FBU for giving you 3 minutes of your life back. However, we welcome the motion. We welcome the motion because the issues are pivotal to our members in the Fire Brigade Union. Firefighters, along with 5 million other public sector workers, have been subjected to the longest period of pay restraint in living memory. The TUC analysis shows that real wages won't return to their 2008 levels until 2025. In 2011-12, the Westminster Government imposed a 2-year pay freeze, followed by a 1% pay cap until 2015-16, and then after the general election in 2015, the 1% pay cap was extended until 2020. To be blunt, we've been stuck with a pay formula. Now, our members in the Fire Brigade Union would probably welcome a pay formula back, but this is a government pay formula with just one setting, and that is 1%, and that's for political ideology. Well, last year, the 1% limit has weakened, but Congress, the reality is, in some sectors, there's been little or no improvement. We need to keep campaigning as unions together for decent pay for all of our members, and that's why we took part in the TUC demo in May, but we have to do more. We have to do more for common pay coordination within the TUC. It's a political decision to cut workers' pay, so we need a relentless political campaign to run alongside sector negotiations that we all take part in. And that brings me on to the second issue, collective bargaining. It's a sad fact that many of the collective bargaining structures that used to exist and which covered millions of workers have been smashed or watered down. There's still some left. We in the Fire Brigade, the Fire Service have got the National Joint Council, which covers the whole of the UK. It was set up in England in 1947 and extended to Wales, Scotland and finally in Northern Ireland after many years of campaigning. We know that some politicians and some employers want to get rid of our NJC, and they do try it on. Just this year, West Midlands Fire Authority tried to bypass collective bargaining by imposing new contracts on our new starters, which basically said you will do anything that the Fire Authority told you to do. Our officials and members in West Midlands responded hard and fast, and we balloted for strike action. Congress has smashed the trade union threshold figures with a 90% yes vote and an 82% turnout. And Congress, the following week, the contracts were withdrawn. In 2016, Theresa May told a conference of our fire chiefs if they don't like our NJC, then they should have the courage of their convictions and just walk away from it. Thankfully, our employers, like most of our MPs, never listened to her. Firefighters often work across borders with firefighters from different fire and rescue services, and it makes no sense whatsoever to have their pay and conditions varying. We think the same is true in every other sector. So Congress, we will fight to defend our NJC to the last. We'll fight to maintain the right to collectively bargain, and by hell we'll fight if they dare to come for it. Support the motion.
Thank you very much, Ian. I call the NEU to be followed by UCU.
President Congress, Philippa Harvey, NEU. We gather here in Manchester to assert our rights as a movement, to craft our campaigns and to challenge injustices. We come together to act in solidarity. There has been a strong and determined thread running through the contributions over the last few days of collectivity, coming together, and working for everyone. And over the past few years, we have seen that public sector workers have seen their pay cut in real terms and their negotiating rights increasingly removed. So for teachers, this means our salaries are 15% less in real terms than they were when the coalition government came into power. Our negotiating rights were removed in the 1990s, and in the last few years, national pay scales have been removed by the review bodies, further fragmentating the workforce. And what impact does this have? Well, in over 20,000 schools, head teachers are now spending time negotiating rather than focusing on educating children. Public services funded by public money can only be sustained by high-quality staff in a workforce working together, not in competition, not under the threat, because that's what it is, of performance-related pay, a divisive, discriminatory initiative introduced by a review body. Currently, not only are we under a review body, but the government are now failing to listen to that independent review body, most likely because it too has recognised the crisis in recruitment and also retention that must be responded to with a pay award that is broadly in line with inflation for everyone or above inflation. And that's also been ignored. Our routes to any meaningful discussion just no longer exist anywhere. As a movement, we have to come together to campaign and take action on pay, to coordinate and to work together. We have to have a negotiating mechanism that we feel will make a difference, that we have faith in. We have to return to collective bargaining. We have to scrap review bodies. We must take a lead.
Thank you very much, Philippa. UCU.
Sean Vernell, UCU, speaking in support of the motion. First of all, can I take the opportunity on behalf of UCU to thank all those in the hall and outside the hall who've joined our members on the picket lines in support of our higher education workers who took strike action earlier this year. So thank you very much. We all know when we're on strike what difference it makes when others support us. It made a huge difference to our success in defending our pensions. UCU is in transformation. We've had a dispute where thousands have joined picket lines. We took 14 days of strike action in defence of pensions. And in FE, 12 colleges over pay and conditions struck for 8 days, winning significant gains for our members. Strike committees were set up in many universities. Hundreds joined picket lines at the same time. Now we have 16,000, as we heard before, 16,000 people have joined UCU in the last 4 to 5 months, many of which are casualised workers who also joined us on the picket lines to ensure their futures are secure. Strike action works. It not only builds unions, but it makes sure that we actually get a decent living standards for all. We're now in round 2 of the battles. In UCU now, we're balloting our members across the sector. In 110 universities are being balloted over pay, and also 147 colleges are being balloting over pay. Our ballot finishes on the 16th of October, and again, we hope to see your solidarity once again to make sure if we win, we all win this battle. We think pay is a central issue for every single working person in Britain today. We found that actually the GTV, the new laws by the Tories, are ones which we, ironically, are forcing us to organise more sharply than we've ever done before. We've broken the thresholds before. 58% voted to threshold vote, turned out to vote, and 86% voted for strike action last time. We hope we can do the same again. The trade union laws, we need to defeat them in Parliament when Labour get in, but we can also start now. We shouldn't be defensive about this. Our members, when they're faced with a real fight, with a real choice, with real leadership, we can make sure that we win. Breaking the cap was an important first step, but as Mark Savoca said, we need more than simply breaking the cap. We need to make sure we get inflation, at least inflation-busting pay awards for our members. Poverty inside our class is something we have to eradicate, and the question of pay must be a central part of that. We are sick and tired inside our union when our employers tell us the money's not there, but they award themselves £400,000 pay awards or £210,000 pay awards. This obscene gap between those at the top who tell us they can't afford a pay rise while they stuff their pockets with more and more of our funds and our wages. We campaigned last year on a very simple slogan. The money is there, we want our share. That is the campaign we're going to launch again, and we hope you will join us. But of course, this campaign, we will fight where we are, but we need everybody in one go to take place. We can coordinate action, and we can win. Solidarity.
Thank you, Sean. The HCSA. Thank you.
Madam President, Congress, Paul Donaldson, HCSA, the Union for All Hospital Doctors. Hospital doctors were the first group of public sector workers to have their pay decided by a pay review body. And for some time, the independence of the process satisfactorily produced pay recommendations that did maintain the value of pay and the integrity of the process. Indeed, in the early 1970s, the Doctors and Dentists Pay Review Body resigned en masse when the government of the day tried to meddle with its award. Since then, and markedly in the 1990s, the Doctors and Dentists Pay Review Award was set aside or only partly implemented, and increasingly the process began to lose the confidence of the doctors subject to it. One of the objects of the Pay Review Body for doctors was to remove bargaining from the setting of doctors' pay, and by that, the removal of industrial action from their industrial relations. In the last few years, we have seen our review body approached to consider changes to the working pattern of doctors by a government intent on pushing through changes by seeking the endorsement of a putatively independent body. The Doctors and Dentists Review Board have dutifully endorsed the proposed changes and then handed them down for implementation to both employers and the unions. Unsurprisingly, confidence has been shaken in the impartiality of the pay review body system. And whilst claiming to be driven by the retention to and recruitment in the profession, the review body awards have done precious little to this end. It appears that the review body has embraced the unchangeableness of the government's pay policies over the years, leaving doctors to question what on earth was the point of its existence. We wholeheartedly share the concerns and the views expressed in this motion and believe that time has come to introduce full sectorial bargaining in all parts of the NHS. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I see no speakers against PCS. I'm hoping you'll waive your right to reply. Yep, I'm going to take that as a yes. Congress, I'm going to call the vote on a composite emergency motion 1, public sector pay. Will all those in favour please show? Thank you very much. Those against? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. I call emergency motion 2 on Jesus Sandrich. The General Council support the emergency motion moved by UNISON, Seconded by Aslef. I have no other speakers. Unison, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Just Congress. Josie Bird moving this emergency motion on behalf of Unison. Congress. Despite the recent Colombian peace agreement, persecutions against trade union activists, our Colombian peers, and human rights violations continue unabated. Indeed, they are increasing, with more than 300 social and political activists murdered since 2016. These statistics speak for themselves and are a stark reminder of why Colombia continues to remain an international trade union priority. This emergency motion highlights the seriousness of this situation for one individual. In April this year, Jesus Sandrich, a senior leader of the FARC who was active in negotiating the peace agreement with the Colombian government, was arrested after the United States Drugs Enforcement Agency accused him of being involved in drug smuggling after the peace agreement came into effect. Jesus strenuously denies the charges, but he is being held in solitary confinement in La Picota maximum security prison in Bogotá, pending extradition. Jesus is blind, and he has been denied any equipment to help him cope with his disability in prison, such as a braille pen, an audio book, or a voice recorder. He is not allowed to have anyone read to him. All prisoners are allowed to have visitors bring in food for them once a week, but Jesus has been denied this. Jesus is also in poor health, and last week he became seriously ill. He was only allowed access to medical treatment by the prison authorities. This is not always safe for political prisoners. Jesus has not been able to see a trusted doctor, and his legal team have had to bring in medication for him. Access to safe medical treatment is a human right for all prisoners. With the exception of a delegation from Justice for Colombia's Peace Observatory, who were able to see him in August, before he fell ill, he has regularly been denied visits apart from those by his legal team. His legal team have not been given any detailed information about the extradition request from the US. Jesus' arrest and detention pose a serious threat to the peace agreement, as he has been unable to take up his seat in the House of Representatives as one of 10 FARC parliamentary seats guaranteed by the peace agreement. His case so far has been dealt with outside of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, which is the transitional justice system for all those, both from the FARC and the Colombian army and authorities, who are accused of crimes during the armed conflict. This is a central part of the peace agreement. The Constitutional Court has now ruled that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace must be allowed to review his case before he can be extradited. This is welcome news, but a note of caution, as on paper, Colombia has progressive legislation furthering women's rights and protecting other communities marginalized in Colombian society. But in reality, these laws are routinely ignored. So you can understand why concerns remain that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace system will be starved of the funds needed to do its work, and fear that it won't be politically independent. Furthermore, opponents of the peace agreement have tried to limit the powers of the transitional justice system. They passed amendments to it in Congress, excluding judges with recent experience of human rights cases. They also tried to protect politicians accused of funding right-wing paramilitary death squads from investigations by the justice system. Fortunately, both these moves were struck down by the Constitutional Court as well. However, they show how far those opposed to the peace agreement will go to try and undermine it. Colombia has a new president who campaigned against the peace agreement and wants to renegotiate and roll back large sections of it. He is, though, someone who responds to pressure from the international community, so let us apply some pressure. The peace agreement is registered with the United Nations, and the UK leads on the agreement for the UN Security Council. The UK is also one of the largest funders of projects related to the peace process, both through the EU and the UN. Congress, by passing this emergency motion, we can have a direct influence, not only on the conditions under which Jesus is being held, but also on the Colombian government's compliance with their obligations under agreement. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Josie, thank you very much. I call Aslef.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Congress. Mick Whelan, seconding the motion, on behalf of Aslef. I think it's less than a month ago that the President and myself attended a delegation to Colombia. And we don't have time to tell you about all the testimonies we took, about all the failures of the process. And one of the things I want to do today is thank the TUC and thank all the trade unions to support Justice for Colombia, because we've never got to the point where we are today. But part of the process, as we've seen in other processes, is truth and reconciliation. Part of the process is dealing with all the issues of the past. But the major process is to allow people to have that reintegration into civil society and part of the democratic process. And the government is now trying to do everything they can. Quite naturally, the vested interests who for years were allowing the paramilitaries to do what they did. We're allowing people's lands to be settled on with no agreement. We're allowing the growth of coca and the other things that we all want to see in a better world stopped, right, are challenging the process because they're fearful of what will come out. The process itself was going to guarantee 10 seats in the Senate, and Jesus and Yvonne Marquez had been prevented by the actions of the government in taking those seats. But having said that, in the recent elections, the left and the coalition of the left polled 8 million votes, were virtually within a gnat of getting on the electorate to possibly a presidential candidate. So the process that we have supported mutually is working. And that's what's intriguing. When we arrived there, we went and we were allowed to go to the prison. Previous delegations weren't. There was a delegation of the POA, MPs, all sorts of people from the Northern Ireland Peace Commission who also work within this process. And prior to that, Jesus had been in isolation, a blind man for 24 hours a day. Of course, they very kindly, once we turned up, let him out for 1 hour a day. But also they did it in such a way that he's isolated from everybody else, so he has no interaction and he has no support. And as has been stated, he does have special needs, and he is an artist, he is a writer, and all he wants is his audio books, his special computer so he can write, and the utensils that he uses. But what was immense about this meeting was when we met with him, he did not want to talk about his circumstances. All he wanted to talk about was keeping faith in the peace process. All he wanted to talk about was the people who'd laid down their arms in good faith to be given the land and the opportunities they'd been promised. All he wanted to see was the humanitarian aspect and the civil rights aspect of what they fought for and demanded after all these years come to fruition. And he was basically saying, I'm a small part of this. We cannot allow my case to hurt it. And I think that's why he deserves support. He deserves our recognition, and he deserves this Congress to support this motion. I'm not going to keep you much longer. I'll just leave you with some words that he said to us on the day. Thank you for coming to see me and for all the solidarity that comes through these bars and your warmth that comes to this corner of my cell. People like yourselves will make it impossible for them to imprison my hope and my will to struggle. Thank you, colleagues.
POA, really quick.
Thank you, President. Congress, Mark Fairhurst, POA. Very proud that my union affiliates to Justice for Colombia and felt privileged to be able to visit Jesus in prison in Colombia. We eventually managed to get in after much trepidation, and we went to the high security part of a very overcrowded, bleak-looking prison. We were led into a very small concrete room with uncomfortable plastic chairs where we met Jesus, who looked a bit frail, is obviously blind, but was in absolutely fantastic spirits and was very pleased to engage with us and grateful for international support from the trade unions in the United Kingdom. This is a man who's being denied his basic human rights in a prison. He doesn't get the correct medication. He's denied access as a blind man to audio books, and is kept in isolation without any human interaction at all. In every essence of the word, Jesus is a remand prisoner, an innocent man facing charges, awaiting trial, in his case, awaiting extradition to the USA. But the worst part about all of this is that as a remand prisoner in the UK, you have a right to see your indictment and all the evidence against you, so you can start to formulate your defence. He's been denied this because the good old US of A, with Donald, fake news, fake models, fake person Trump, have decided to stitch him up. So what can we do as individuals? Well, we can go back to our branches. We can go back to our executives. We can promote Justice for Colombia, and we can make our members aware of what's going on and what's going on with Jesus. We can write to our MPs, and we can put pressure on our Parliament to put pressure on the Colombian Parliament to demand that Jesus is given his basic human rights in a Colombian prison. But more than that, in unity, in solidarity, as part of humanity, let's unite together. Let's get him released. Let's get him back in the Colombian Parliament where he belongs. And let's get this peace process back on track. Please support.
Thank you, Mark. I have no other speakers listed for this debate. I am going to call that vote. All those in favour of emergency motion 2, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. That's unanimous. Thank you very much, Congress. I'm now moving to emergency motion 3, defend journalism in the public interest. General Counsel support the emergency motion to be moved by the NUJ, seconded by CWU. I have Prospect listed as another speaker. Can all the speakers, I keep reminding you, come here just so that I can see you from the stage. There are very strong lights otherwise. NUJ, the floor is yours.
President Congress, Chris Frost speaking for the NUJ. I just want to remind you, not that you need a reminder, that we're here this week because we want to live in a democratic society that respects us all, treats us fairly, equally, and upholds our human rights. I'm always very proud to be a journalist because journalists play a vital role in that fight by holding those in authority to account. I know there may be some people who are perhaps a little sceptical of that, so how can I convince you of the importance that journalists play in a democratic society, especially when so many of them are obliged by their bosses, who just see journalism as a cash cow, a way to take money out of society, to fritter their talents on tittle-tattle and unfair attacks on politicians who stand up for the money. Well, Congress, we've only got to think back to a number of our debates over these past few days. The debate on Turkey. Or we can look across the Atlantic to Trump and his behaviour, his wild accusations of false news. Or look to the many countries around the world, such as North Korea, China, where journalists are repressed, suppressed, and oppressed. Our new Foreign Secretary, Jeremy Hunt, spoke in the Commons recently about the role of investigative journalism and the importance of exposing the bad things that those in authority do not want exposed. And just for once, I was able to agree with him. Probably the last time. But what we need to remember is that he was talking about Myanmar, not about the UK, ignoring the fact that whilst he was condemning the arrests of journalists there, NUJ members Barry McCaffrey and Trevor Burney were being arrested in Northern Ireland for the alleged theft of confidential documents. Government documents that should belong to us, about a matter of serious public interest that should have been reported to the public. It speaks volumes about our government that they can publicly chastise other countries whilst failing to condemn the same outrage in the UK. And we need to remember that the arrest of 2 hard-working union members carrying out an important investigation involving police collusion with paramilitary groups in the murder of 6 UK citizens is nothing short of an outrage. Congress, the Loughlin Island massacre took place in 1994, but police failed to find any culprits. Their work has been investigated at least twice by the Police Ombudsman of Northern Ireland, the first time identifying failings in the investigation, and the second time identifying that there had been some collusion, although no fingers were pointed at anybody in particular. The 2 journalists that I've named used the leaked document to help build their investigation, and they turned it into a film called No Stone Unturned that was premiered to critical acclaim in New York last September. 2 weeks ago, and a good year after the documentary was completed, police raided their homes and an office in Belfast, seizing documents and computers and arresting the 2 journalists on suspicion of theft of confidential documents. It's clear that the police hope to find the name of the person who leaked the documents, and that they also hope to find the name of other sources who've given information to those journalists over a much longer period. Congress, it's vital that journalists are able to keep sources secret. People give us information on the basis that we're able to protect them. Whistleblowers are people with consciences or sometimes some other motive who seek to expose wrongdoing, but who don't want to ruin their own lives and those of their families. And it's widely accepted throughout the world that this is an important protection. The European Court of Human Rights has instructed the government on several occasions to ensure that journalists in the UK get this protection. And most journalists are willing to go to prison rather than reveal their sources. We ask Congress to accept that exposing confidential contacts is a tool of tyrannical states and criminals, and it's something Congress, through its General Counsel, should condemn. We ask that the Council be instructed by you to endorse the NUJ's campaign, and we encourage all trade unions to support the campaign by screening the film No Stone Unturned, available on YouTube, at union meetings. We also seek unequivocal support for the NUJ's efforts to defend journalists and the public interest. Colleagues, I move.
Thank you very much. CW.
President Congress, Tony Cairns, Communication Workers Union to second emergency motion E3, defending journalism in the public interest. The International Committee to Protect Journalists reported that in 2017, the second year in a row when we saw a record number of journalists around the world thrown into prison. Turkey, China and Egypt, being those regimes, are the worst offenders. And it's no surprise that that is allowed to happen. You hear the silence, mostly from Western governments, about that situation. And only last week, we saw over 300 newspapers in the United States print a joint editorial to defend press freedom, and to defend press freedom against Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the so-called leader of the free world, who called journalists the enemy of the people. And we have a crisis here, I think, in journalism. I think the NUJ understand this. We've seen the impact of so-called fake news. I prefer to call fake news for what it is. It's outright lies. And we've seen it in this country, and we've seen the consequences of it. From the Hillsborough disaster through to Orgreave, the narrative put out by certain journalists creates the environment where natural justice is not served. And even this week, we've seen the coverage of the so-called rise of the far right in Sweden splashed across our newspapers, when the reality is they increased their vote no more than the left and the Greens did in that election. But we end up in a situation, as Chris moved in moving the motion, where you have journalists, Shahadi Alam, a Bangladeshi photojournalist, jailed for spreading propaganda and false information against the Myanmar government. His crime was to photograph the Rohingya crisis. And then on Monday, the 3rd of September, 2 Reuters journalists, Walon and Kian San-U, 2 Reuters journalists, that I say, jailed for 7 years. And in a shocking parallel to the situation outlined in this motion, their crime was for theft of government documents, reporting again on the Rohingya crisis. So the CW seconds this motion, and again, the International Committee to Protect Journalists says, in a just society, no journalist should ever be imprisoned for their work and reporting critically. I think the final words should rest with one of those Reuters journalists thrown in jail for 7 years. Led away in handcuffs last week, he said, "I have no fear. I have not done anything wrong. I believe in justice, I believe in democracy, and I believe in freedom." I second.
Thank you, Tony. I call Prospect.
Claire Mullally, Prospect Union, speaking in favour of this motion. Congress,
Last Friday, Bectu sector of Prospect stood in solidarity with the NUJ outside Belfast Laganside courts in support of Barry McCaffrey and Trevor Burney, who are involved in making the excellent film No Stone Unturned. In Northern Ireland, victims of the Troubles and their families have never been offered truth, reconciliation or justice. In South Africa, there was a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In Northern Ireland, there has been nothing. Congress, investigative journalism and filmmaking is often the only means to access the truth in Northern Ireland. Trevor Burney and Barry McCaffrey are heroes and deserve our full support. It shouldn't fall to journalists to offer truth and justice, but the horrors of Northern Ireland are being swept under the carpet. Amnesty International wrote in the last week, imprisoning journalists who write about inconvenient truths is an unconscionable blow to press freedom and indeed everybody's freedom. Congress, defend our journalists, defend our filmmakers and fight for truth, reconciliation and justice in Northern Ireland. Please support.
Prospect, thank you. I've had no speakers against. I'm going to move straight to the vote, if that's okay. Yep. Okay. All those in favour of emergency motion 3, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I call emergency motion 4, cuts to the UNWRA and the nation-state law. The General Council support the emergency motion. To be moved by ASLEF, seconded by Unite. I have NEU and PCS listed to speak on this. Can everyone come to the front, please? Thank you. Thank you, ASLEF. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Congress. I'm tempted to say first-time speaker. Almost worked, thank you. When I first looked at this, it's nearly turned into another rant about Donald Trump and his actions. I'm trying not to do that. But I heard some wonderful contributions last night from Unite, PCS and others about why we do what we do and why we've done it in relation to Palestine for a number of years. And it purely is about humanitarian issues and civil rights. In this room, we don't look at anything else. We look at workers and people internationally and elsewhere. But we have to challenge, after 30 years or more of this body and trade unions standing up for those rights, when those rights get eroded even further, what we can do, what we can campaign about, and how we can highlight the problems that are coming. So we have the problem that on the 19th of July, the Israeli Knesset passed the station law by 62 votes to 55. And that bill states that the right to exercise national self-determination in the State of Israel is unique to the Jewish people. Self-determination is dependent on ethnicity within Israel, and the bill ignores the fact that Palestinians also have the right in what is their historic homeland. In addition, it states that Jerusalem, complete and united, is the capital of Israel. Jerusalem is also the capital of Palestine. To deny this right to the Palestinians is also discriminatory and puts law in a major block to any future peace negotiations. Arabic also loses status as a national language. The law is discriminatory and based on ethnicity creates a policy of apartheid. Israel has 1.8 million Arab citizens who already face discrimination. This is going to marginalise them even more. It also contradicts the Israeli Declaration of Independence, which states, Israel will ensure equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education and culture. The law demonstrates the direction that Netanyahu has pushed the government policy in, increasingly right and ultra-nationalist with no interest in peace and the establishment of a Palestinian state. We welcome the mass protests by both Jews and Palestinians, as well as other minority groups. An increasing authoritarian government has done huge amounts to shut down protest and civil society. The state has banned over 20 groups from entering Israel because of their support of BDS, including Palestine Solidarity Campaign, War and Want, and as well as several Jewish groups such as Jewish Voice for Peace. Meanwhile, the illegal land grab of Palestinian land continues. Just last month, the Israeli government announced plans for another 1,000 settlement houses to be built on the West Bank. Now, as many as 600,000 live in about 140 illegal settlements on land that belongs to the Palestinian people. The nation-state law is dangerous for the potential future of peace. It is discriminatory and racist and is symbolic of the direction that the Israeli government has been moving in. On top of this then, we do have Mr Trump. At the beginning of this month, the Trump administration announced they were dropping all funding to United Nations Relief and Works Agency, the UN, the UN's Palestinian Refugee Group. That's $300 million. That's 22,000 teachers who currently educate people in that area. And of course, people forget that group was set up as a temporary body decades ago until this position was resolved within Israel and Palestine. UNRWA was originally set up to take care of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians displaced by the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, and the agency currently supports more than 5 million Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, Jordan, Syria and Lebanon, providing healthcare, education and social services. The withdrawal of this funding will make life for millions of people so much worse, and that can't be right. The US has been the largest single donor to UNRWA, providing $364 million or £283 million in 2017 and funding 30% of the operations in the area. We must support and give solidarity to Palestinians and Israelis who are opposing the law, as well as do everything we can to hold the Israeli state to account for its discrimination. I've been asked, conference, if this motion is passed, that you'll wave your flags in solidarity. Please support the motion, and I move.
Thank you very much, Aslef. I call you Knight. Thank you.
President, Congress, Claire Lees, Unite the Union. I'm very pleased to be able to second this emergency motion submitted by Aslef. Congress, as you have heard, the Israeli Parliament has recently passed a new law that says that Israeli national self-determination is unique to Jews. But Israel has citizens from many other ethnic and religious groups, Palestinians obviously, but Druze and Christians too. This new law promotes one ethnic and religious group above all others. Even with a sizable Palestinian minority in Israel, a minority but citizens nonetheless, the new law has relegated the status of Arabic as an official language. An attack on language is clearly an attack on cultural identity and national aspiration. These measures have echoes of apartheid years in South Africa, and we unreservedly condemn such actions. Congress, we do not stand alone in making such condemnations. Others have said, and I quote, "There is concern that some of the measures in this law are regressive steps." And another, "This law is a slap in the face to Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel. Legislation that identifies first and second-class citizens has no place in democracy." And a third, "As British Jews, we must speak up in opposition to this racist bill which turns minorities in Israel into second-class citizens." You may be surprised to learn, Congress, that all of these quotes were published in the Jewish Chronicle. The first is from a senior member of the Board of Deputies of British Jews, the second from the Chief Executive of the New Israel Fund, and the third from Rashad, Campaigners for Two-State Solution. If the traditional cheerleaders for Israel are so critical of the national law, we should have no fear in our condemnation. We should call it out for what it is: racism and apartheid. Congress, I have no time to speak about the unspeakable Donald Trump, other than to say we unreservedly condemn his actions. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much, Claire. I call NEU, to be followed by PCS.
President, Congress, Louise Regan, National Education Union, very pleased to be speaking in support of emergency motion 4. The rights of the child to an education is enshrined in the International Bill of Human Rights, recognising that education is fundamental to helping each child achieve their full potential. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency has worked for over 60 years to ensure that all Palestinian children have access to quality education. UNRWA operates around 700 schools, providing free education for just over 500,000 Palestinian children. Congress, Palestinians make up one of the world's largest and longest suffering refugee population. Our union takes 2 delegations to Palestine every year. We have visited the refugee camps and seen with our own eyes the conditions there. We have been in the schools with limited funding and resources, with inadequate buildings and facilities, but with fantastic students, teachers and staff. We have seen the inspirational work that they do. One of the camps that we visit in Nablus, the students there invented a stick which won an international award, a stick for visually impaired people that makes sounds as well to alert them to hazards. We have also seen their commitment and dedication to learning. We have seen the work they do supporting students traumatised by the situation that they live in on a daily basis. Congress, this callous act by the Trump administration targeting those that need support the most will have a devastating and long-lasting impact. Several countries have already committed to increasing their funding, and our country must do the same. Congress, you may think that this is just one bit of a picture, but this weekend there's also been cuts to the UNRWA health funding. You know, there are very limited access for these people to healthcare, and this is going to have a further impact. This is just the start of further attacks. So, Congress, I call on you to support this motion, but actually, I want you to do more. I want you all to go back to your members and call upon them to support this call for action. Call upon them to contact their MP and to raise this issue and to push for more funding. As trade unionists and as internationalists, we have a duty to stand with the oppressed. Congress, I stand with the Palestinians. I hope you do too. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Louise. PCS.
President Congress, Steve Swainston, speaking in full support of Emergency Motion 4 on behalf of PCS. Congress support for the oppressed is an absolute key principle of trade unionism, and we must support the oppressed people no matter who that oppressor is. We stand foursquare alongside the people of Palestine. We have an absolute position of arguing for equal treatment and equal rights, and we join our voice to the concerns and protests that have been raised across the world and from within Israel itself. We must resist any attempt to silence criticism of the actions of the Israeli government and insist that they are held to account for their actions exactly as we would with any other government, including our own. Congress, we must recognise the impact of the withdrawal of aid by the United States and the huge threat that this poses to the lives and welfare of the Palestinian refugees. We must take action to help and to support the people who are in a desperate situation already and whose situation will be made all the worse by this development. PCS fully supports the call for the General Council to press for Britain to step up its contribution, but also for other nations around the world to support these people. And we call upon them to work to avoid what really could be an enormous humanitarian disaster, and to demonstrate that the TUC, British trade unions, and trade unions from across the world will stand to support oppressed people, whoever and wherever they may be. Please support.
Thank you, PCS. I see no speakers against. Can I check waiving the right to reply as left? Yes. Thank you. Okay, Congress. I'm going to ask Mary if you'll just take a photo for me at this point in time. But I'm going to call the vote on Emergency Motion 4. Will all those in favour please show? Keep them there for a minute. Thank you. Will all those against? Need you to put those down.
Just do it once more.
You're not serious?
Yeah, just do it.
I can't do that, Mary. Okay. I can't do that. You're not good on the technicals, are you? Right. All those against, please show. That is unanimous, Congress. Thank you very much. I am just going to give you a quick warning again. I'm trying to run through this so that I'm not bringing you back after lunch, okay? So I am asking for your cooperation on this. on all the next speakers, I'm now going to call emergency motion 5, RBS closures. Unite to move, Accord to second. Unite, you've been very patient waiting, I'm hoping. You Accord, right. Accord are already here, Unite. We need you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Lindsay Adams, Unite the Union, moving emergency motion 5 on RBS branch closures. President Congress and Francis, this is probably a bit like deja vu because we stood together at the opening of Uni Global in June as Royal Bank of Scotland had just announced the closure of 64 branches in the Northwest. That was less than 8 weeks ago. Well, last week we learned that RBS will be closing another 54 branches, again, many of them in the Northwest. That brings the cull to 216 branches closing in England and Wales in the last 9 months. And if we factor in those closing in Scotland, that's even more. That's over 1,300 jobs gone, 1,300 livelihoods lost, 1,300 workers forced to pay the price for the reckless decisions made in the boardroom. And by the way, Congress, I think we should shed a tear for the poor CEO of Royal Bank of Scotland, who last year saw his pay cut by 6%, taking his basic salary down to a measly £3.5 million. For the finance sector, the last 10 years has been one long steady drumbeat of branch closures, back office cuts and offshoring. At Royal Bank alone, 36,000 workers have lost their jobs since 2008. Every job that is offshored is an example of the boardroom forcing their workers, our members, to pay for a crisis they did not cause. We were the victims in 2008 and we continue to be the victims now. Congress, we stand in solidarity with our teachers, our nurses, our social workers, our firefighters, hands off Wallasey Fire Station, our rail workers, keep the guard on the train, and our brothers and sisters in the post office who, by the way, will bear the brunt of the closures of Royal Bank of Scotland branches as they're pointing their customers to the post office to do their banking when the branch closes. In the face of this offensive, our frontline workplace reps have fought tooth and nail, and now we need your help. In Scotland, our members joined local communities, Unite community members, to keep branches open. And like I mentioned earlier, in the Northwest, we have launched our own campaign, uniting with communities, pensioners, bank customers, fellow trade unions from across the region. On the 15th of September, Unite will be joining Change Finance at a rally in the City of London, the ground zero of the crisis. The campaign is about sending a clear message to both the boardroom and the government. We will pay for your crisis no longer. We will not allow the boardroom to axe jobs in order to prop up a financial system that is as rigged and broken now as it ever was. And this Royal Bank of Scotland is still over 60% owned by you and me, Congress, by the taxpayer. That means that the government could step in at any time to bring proper scrutiny to the boardroom. But this is falling down.
Louise.
Congress, I'd like to finish with a quote from Bob Crow. If you fight, you may not always win, but if you don't fight, you will always lose. Stand with us now, comrades. Fight against these closures. Please support. Thank you.
Louise, I'm so sorry about that. Are you sure you're... I do apologise. On behalf of the lectern, I am very sorry. Accord, will you go to the front? Whilst Accord are coming up, can I ask for the people for EM6 to come to the front so that we're ready? That's UCU, PCS, Unite and NEU. Accord, the floor is yours, and I really hope that lectern is now going up. It's got a life of its own. Right, off you go. Let's go with it.
President Congress, Lisa Sullivan from Accord to second emergency motion 5 on the branch closures at the Royal Bank of Scotland. I'm also a first-time delegate, first-time speaker, so please be gentle. We're very pleased to support our colleagues in Unite in RBS as we work with them very closely in Lord's Banking Group and TSB. We agree that bank branch closures are going too far and that RBS should be held to account. But it's not just RBS who are doing this. Lloyds Banking Group, for example, has around 1 in 5 bank branches in the UK through its Lloyds, Halifax and Bank of Scotland brands. There have been 18 tranches of branch closures since the start of 2015, with more than 500 branches closed. The latest tranche of 15 branch closures was only announced this morning. By working closely with Lloyds Banking Group and Unite, we have managed to get through all of these without any compulsory redundancies, which is a significant achievement. Also, there has been some investment in the remaining branch network, and by January 2019, there will be 46 mobile branches serving over 180 local communities across Scotland, England and Wales. Lloyds Banking Group says that having the right branch present in the right locations will become increasingly important, and it will continue to invest in revitalising its branch network and shaping it to meet the needs of its customers. But bank branches are more than bricks and mortar, and it's not just bank staff that suffer from their closure. It's the impact on communities, small businesses, and some of the more vulnerable in our society that lose out most of all, because the banks will not be coming back. Therefore, we are proud to support our colleagues at Unite in their issues with RBS and their call for support for community campaigns to defend the local bank branches. So Congress, please support Emergency Motion 5.
Thank you, Lisa. That was a great first-time speech. Right, I'm going to check. No right to reply needed. I think I'm going to move us to the vote on Emergency Motion 5. Will all those in favour please show? Thank you very much. All those against? That is again unanimous. I call Emergency Motion 6, Support National Unity Demonstration Against Fascism and Racism, Saturday 17th of November, moved by UCU, seconded by PCS. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Congress, Dave Marie to UCU, moving motion, Emergency Motion 6, Support the National Unity Demonstration Against Fascism and Racism. I've witnessed firsthand the rise of the far right in this country over the last few years. I've protested against the procession of racist and fascist organisations who've come to spread their message of hate on the streets of my home city, Birmingham, and the Black Country where I work. The EDL, Pegida, the FLA, the DFLA. I've been on the front line and demonstrations, been spat at and pelted with beer cans, defending our streets and our communities against a new wave of street fascism. I've also stood in solidarity with my Muslim brothers and sisters when Mohammed Salim paid the ultimate price when he was brutally murdered in a vile racist attack returning home from Friday prayers in Small Heath. More recently, we've seen 15,000 turn out for the right's so-called free speech rally in central London, and mobilisations by the racists will only increase if we do not act. We must mobilise in bigger numbers than ever we have before. We must be bold, because they are bold. They are emboldened by the messages coming from the state, like Ofsted targeting Muslim girls for wearing the hijab. The government's prevent duty, promoting distrust of our Muslim students and asking me as a college lecturer to carry out their surveillance for them. Of course, Boris jumping on the Islamophobia bandwagon in his ceaseless project of self-promotion. With these kinds of powerful endorsements, it should be clear the need for the backing of the TUC and the trade union movement to resist the far right. Comrades, we've done it before. We have a proud tradition of taking to the streets and defending our communities. Cable Street, the Battle of Lewisham, and the shutting down of the BNP. We should be proud of these victories in the past, and let's now make some more history. Currently, there are victories happening all over the country. In Worcester last week, the FLA were outnumbered by anti-fascists defending their streets, as in Liverpool, and in Manchester, and in Sheffield recently. When you get your head up and look outside Britain and see the frightening scenes in Chemnitz, Germany, of far-right protesters chanting Nazi slogans, and look a bit further still, you find Trump, an also important figurehead of the right. The threat is global. Look, we know that a demonstration is not going to solve the problem, but a mobilisation of hundreds of thousands instead of tens of thousands will send a message. It will send a message to those on our side to take confidence when taking on those difficult arguments in their workplace. It will send a message to those young people being drawn into the far right that it's not acceptable to scapegoat migrants for their problems. It will send a message to politicians to stop flirting with the dog whistle racist rhetoric to gain votes.
So to be part of the mass movement called for by John McDonnell and to march alongside the next Home Secretary, Diane Abbott, make sure that you're there in London on the 17th of November and support this motion calling on the TUC to be co-organisers of the Unity March, because the Labour movement must be at the centre of the resistance. Black and white, unite and fight. I move.
Thank you, Dave. I call PCS.
President Congress, Kevin McHugh, PCS, to second the motion. Congress, we live in dangerous times. Across Europe, racist and fascist parties are rebranding themselves as nationalistic or patriotic and riding on waves of anti-migrant and anti-Islam feeling. In Sweden, the far-right Sweden Democrats emerged as from a white supremacist neo-Nazi movement, and they now position themselves as power brokers after the general election this week. They got nearly 18%. The AfD urges Germany to stop apologising for Nazi crimes. The Movement for Better Hungary has repackaged itself as a people's party, trying to shake off a reputation of anti-Semitism. And the French Front National has successfully moved to detoxify the brand under Marine Le Pen, rebranded again as National Rally. In Greece, Golden Dawn, the leader boasts a swastika tattoo and declares that's the movement of power. And in the neo-Nazi party, the FPO in Austria, they have actually met with Donald Trump's advisors. And last but not least, Italy's neo-fascists have been given new life by Matteo Salvini, who is now Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior. In Britain, the latest attempt to rebrand fascism lies with the so-called Football Lads Alliance. They're the ones you see walking the streets with their knuckles dragging along the ground. And of course, fine examples of the master race. Fascists everywhere trying to present themselves as a respectable political force, attracting votes on the basis of racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and the vilification of refugees and asylum seekers. They're encouraged by the President of the USA, who says that they were good people in the racist and fascist forces that marched in Charlottesville. They're encouraged by politicians, such as Theresa May herself, who disgracefully sent vans round with "go home" on them, actually, when she was the Home Secretary, an absolute disgrace. And they're encouraged, of course, by sections of the media. They claim we're not allowed to talk about immigration, at the same time as we face daily headlines about being swamped by bogus asylum seekers who abuse the system and provide a route for terrorists. We must take to the streets, proclaim our unity in the face of racism, and that's why the trade unions have a vital role to play. The fascists stand for the destruction of trade unions and the elimination of basic democratic rights. Work together, we're essential against the fight back against racism and fascism. PCS is proud to support this demo and will do everything we can to mobilise our members and their families. Let's have thousands out on the streets, hundreds of thousands, as the mover said, not tens of thousands. I move.
Thank you very much. I call Unite, to be followed by an EU.
Thanks, Chair. Steve Turner, Unite. Supporting emergency motion 6. Congress, nobody's going to stand here and oppose a national demonstration or indeed a national conference against racism and the dangerous right of the rise of an organised far right. The motion speaks for itself, and Dave and Kevin have laid out all of the arguments for that. But comrades, I'm here to say that our movement needs to be doing much more. It's a bigger debate than we've got time for here, for our unions and for the TUC, but it's simply not good enough to organise another London demonstration. It's not good enough for our movement to write another cheque and outsource our responsibility to take on the fight against the far right to outside organisations. And it's a mistake, conference, to condemn all of those that protest about terror on our streets or the grooming of vulnerable young women as racists, fascists and Islamophobes. We know that there's a well-organised, well-financed global right seeking to undermine our democracy and bring hate and violence into our communities. Building a street movement, a movement reminiscent of that built by Hitler and Mussolini in the 1930s that went on to become political movements, like the Hungarian far-right Jobbik today. But Congress, to defeat this, We've got to do more, and we've got to be more sophisticated than simply to talk to ourselves on the street or in a conference. It's not good enough to pat ourselves on the back at the end of a demo that made us all feel a little bit better. We have to be talking to those that are attracted by the opportunistic, populist messaging of the far right. We know that the right have no answers to the genuine problems that our communities face. But we do, and we have to own this work politically. We have to work online in a new digital world. We have to work in our communities and in our workplaces, understanding that people have genuine concerns and fears fueled by 40 years of industrial destruction and 10 years of failed austerity mixed with a crisis of identity and belonging. We must recognise that people are fed up with being told what to think by people that don't talk to them. It's our job. It's this movement's job. It's our responsibility to take our message into our workplaces and into our communities, into our homes, into the pub and onto the terraces. Congress, we need to stand up as only our movement can stand up. And how we do that as a Labour movement is a debate that needs to be had, and it needs to be had quickly. So a course conference, support the demo, definitely support the motion, but comrades, we need to do more.
Thank you very much, Steve. Any you? On time. Excellent.
President, Congress, our movement has done so well in beating back racism and fascism in our country. Our foremothers and forefathers defeated the black shirts when they wanted to march in and intimidate Jewish people. We defeated the National Front when they wanted to march and intimidate black and Asian people. We defeated the British National Party. We pushed back the EDL when they wanted to turn the attention to Muslims. Conference, their target varies from time to time, from Jews to Afro-Caribbeans to Pakistanis to Muslims, but their tactics, their attitudes is always the same: to sow division, to sow hatred, to tell lies about their targets. And now, Congress, our progress in this society, our victories are under threat. We see that threat across the world, in Trump, in the racist Swedish Democrats, in the chilling far-right mobilization in Chemnitz in Germany. But the evil is at home as well. We see it in Tommy Robinson. We see it in the DFLA. We see it in Steve Bannon's funding of those organizations. And all of our progress is at risk. Congress, their policies, their rhetoric leads to division, to fear, to violence, especially towards Muslim and migrant communities. And we do have to combat the growth of those ideas in multiple ways. Yesterday, we stood up with Stand Up to Racism, with Show Racism the Red Card for their Wear Red Day on October the 19th. And I tell you, we can make that event happen in every workplace represented here. We have not been pushed back so far that there isn't a mass popular resistance to racism in this country, and you see that in the response to the Windrush scandal. We should all do that. Every workplace here should have Show Red Day, and we should get that onto social media. But we have to be aware that there are other frightening events that are coming towards us. On the 22nd of September, UKIP have invited Tommy Robinson to address their conference. On the 27th of September, Tommy Robinson is back in court, and we'll get the publicity around that. On the 13th of October, the DFLA are back on the streets. And all of that will cause fear in Muslim and migrant communities. And the call in this demonstration for a unity demonstration is therefore absolutely right. It's the unity of our society. It's the unity of black and white. It's the unity of Christian and Muslim and Jew and atheist that we stand together. So vote for this resolution. Let's make sure that all of our unions mobilize for that demonstration and that we do it individually. Let's build a demonstration that shows the fascists that we aren't going away and we'll oppose them. A demonstration which shows Muslim and migrant communities that we are there with them. We can beat these people. We have to for a harmonious society. If we want to bring our children up in a world where love is what dominates and where we can live together as brothers and sisters, we have to build this demonstration. Thank you.
Kevin, I call Gloria Mills for General Counsel.
Good afternoon, Congress. Gloria Mills explaining the General Council's position. The motion calls on the TUC to support the Stand Up to Racism conference in October and to co-organise the demonstrations planned for 17th November 2018 and 23rd March 2019. The TUC has already agreed to support the October conference and to support the 17th November demonstration. The TUC will be joint organisers of the UN Anti-Racism Day demonstration on the 23rd of March 2019, as we have done for a number of years. So we will be co-organising that event. The TUC is proud to support the November demonstration, and we are discussing with Stand Up to Racism on how best we can support this event. We are encouraging unions to give all practical support and to be involved in the arrangements to make this a huge success. Much of the organising work has already been done, and the TUC has not been involved in the arrangements. So becoming co-organisers at this point is not practical, but we are working with Stand Up to Racism to support this event. We are encouraging unions to support the event, and we are co-organising the 23rd March demonstration, as I've already said. The TUC have a comprehensive trade union strategy to campaign against the far right. We will build on that after Congress. We will take the fight to every workplace and to every community, as we have done in the past. We will be opposing fascism and racism in the way that we've done in the past in a number of areas where we have driven out the BNP, we've driven out the National Front, we've driven out UKIP. So Congress, when hate comes to your town, we will be ready to fight it. Our strategy will do just that, and Congress, our movement will remain resilient and in resisting and supporting trade unionists to stop the advance of the far right. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Gloria. I've heard no speeches against. Are you happy to have no right to reply? Thank you. Congress, I call the vote on emergency motion 6. Will those in favour please show? Thank you. All those against, please show. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Congress, I'm now pretty well over time. I'm going to ask whether you are happy for me to carry on. Yes? Right. Okay. I'm then going to be very unsubtle and say, all those people who are now going to speak, please can you keep it as short as possible? I am happy to accept formal votes of seconding or whatever else you want to do to help us through, but I'm going to get this business done. I want this policy done. Emergency motion 7, fair pay on schools, moved by the NEU, seconded by the NASUWT. I have GMB, NAHT and EIS who are listed. Everyone to the front, please. Thank you. NEU, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Kiri Tunks, NEU. Have you seen the teacher recruitment adverts? The ones that tell you what a great job teaching is? Well, I'm here to let you into a little secret. Teaching isn't all it's cracked up to be. Don't get me wrong, it is a wonderful job, which is why so many people are still doing it, despite the crippling levels of workload and stress, the chronic underfunding of our education system, and a salary which means that teachers are struggling to get by. We stay in this job because we believe in our young people. We believe in the power of education to be a force for good. But we are not stupid. We understand when we are being treated with contempt. Since 2010, teachers' pay has gone down in real terms by 15%. Year on year, like most public sector workers, we have tolerated tiny percentage pay increases below inflation. And the result is that teachers are leaving the profession in record numbers. Over 45,000 teachers left last year. The number leaving teaching was higher than the number coming in, and a third of those who entered teaching in 2012, a third, had left 5 years later. Continuing increases in pupil numbers and higher class sizes are causing real problems in the classroom. No wonder the government needs those fancy teaching adverts. This year, we put in a claim for 5%. The STRB, which is our review body, recognised the risk of high teacher turnover and recommended a 3.5% uplift for all teachers and all school leaders. It's not enough to make up for what we lost, but, it's a big improvement. So what does the government do? This government that values teachers so much. It delays its announcement till schools have closed so that head teachers are unable to sort their budgets before term starts. It goes against the recommendation of its own expert panel and with no rationale. It flies in the face of evidence that teachers need a significant pay increase to maintain the service, and it decides that only teachers on the main scale will get the full amount, and that teachers on the upper pay and leadership spines will get 2% and 1.5% respectively. That means that 60% of the teaching profession will not receive the recommended pay award. But it gets worse. The government says it will not even fund the award. Neither will they fund the support staff claim. This is an insult to us all. It means that schools already suffering from funding cuts of over £3 billion will have to add this bill to the outgoings for things that they already don't have the money for. This government claims that it's put more money into education than any other government in the history of the world or something like that. But the number of children in our schools has gone up, as have the outgoings that schools are expected to cover, as have the needs of our young people, a third of whom live in poverty. That's at the government's door. Many of whom are struggling in an education system obsessed with data, and that system does not support their health and well-being. But this government doesn't just think teachers are stupid, it clearly thinks parents are stupid too. But actually, parents are working with us to challenge this government. They know their children's schools are underfunded, and they know that how many staff that those schools are losing each year because of that. They actually share our vision of education, one that focuses on what our children need and one that has the money to do it. They know that teachers' working conditions are their children's learning conditions, and that means paying staff a decent wage so they can afford to stay and build an education system our children deserve. As I say, what contempt this government treats us with, and how stupid are they to do it? Because our members are very angry. And to this government we say, we've seen your adverts. We know you need us. You know without us the education system will fail. We want the pay rise we were promised, fully funded for all teachers and all support staff. Stop asking us to give everything for nothing and fund education properly. I move.
Thank you very much, Kiri. I call NASUWT.
President, Congress, Jane Setchfield, NASUWT, the Teachers' Union, and as a serving teacher, I'm very proud and happy to stand here to second this emergency motion. Like all of my colleagues at the end of the academic year, I was awaiting the announcement from the pay review body to find out what pay award I would be receiving. And I want you to imagine that moment when I heard that a 3.5% uplift across all pay scales had been recommended. At last, I thought, this government is starting to recognise the damage they've done to the profession over the last 10 years. Damage which meant that last year the combined effect of the government's pay cap and discretionary pay in schools meant the average pay award for a classroom teacher was just 0.6%. Therefore, you can only imagine my frustration, Congress, when I heard on the 24th of July that Damien Hines, Secretary of State, announced he would not be accepting the review body's recommendations. What a surprise that this government, again, trying to sneak something out after the end of term. Another deliberate tactic to stop teachers realising they were not getting the pay award they should be. So where are we at this point? The government proposes 3.5 to the minima and maxima of the main pay range, 2% for the upper pay range, and 1.5 for those on the leadership. This proposal is an absolute failure on the part of the government to realise that the 3.5% recommendation was made in the light of evidence of widespread teacher supply problems. The Secretary of State has taken an unprecedented and unacceptable step of not accepting the review body's recommendation. Colleagues, Congress, this is absolutely not acceptable. His proposals of a targeted and differentiated pay award are another attack on the profession, and it demonstrates a complete disregard for the work of teachers and support staff. I'm seeing colleagues leaving the profession because they've had enough. And in addition, we must remember the indispensable members of support staff within schools who have also been denied a decent pay award. Colleagues, this is having a devastating impact on the education of our future generations. The pay policies of the government continue to create financial hardship for teachers and support staff, and it's not acceptable. Congress, we must continue our fight to end the pay cap and discriminatory pay practices and fight to deliver pay justice for all workers. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you very much, NASUWT. I call GMB to be followed by the NAHT and EIS.
President, Congress, Rahan Razam speaking on behalf of the GMB and proud to support the emergency motion. Our fight for the public sector is far from over. Yes, we bust the pay freeze across local government and other sectors, but conference, we have some way to go to end the pay pinch and the real-term pay cuts across the public sector, because public sector workers on average has had £9,000 robbed from them in the last 8 years. Congress, we have seen firsthand the catastrophe befalling our public services. Public services employment as a share of the UK labour market has fallen to a 7-year low. And official figures released earlier in the year showed only 16.9% of workers work in public services. Yet public demands on services have not gone down. Our demand for public services to be fully funded goes on. Congress, we know we have a recruitment and retention crisis sweeping across public services. Sectoral bargaining, where we have established peer review body mechanisms, are being dictated to by government ministers and the Prime Minister. And we all remember what we did as health unions back in 2014 when Jeremy Hunt refused to pay the NHS peer review body recommendation. We organised an NHS strike. Peer review bodies must be independent, respected and be the minimum, not the maximum our members receive. It is essential we demand this if we are to stop the crisis in education and public services. Please support.
HT, thank you.
President, Congress, Anne Lyons, NAHT, speaking in support of the Emergency Motion 7. Education is the foundation of this nation's future success. Our schools and the people working in them should be cherished. And the government says that it's doing so. But if it fails to observe the recommendations of the pay review body, fails to treat all staff within schools equitably, and fails to provide funds to implement the full pay awards, it clearly demonstrates that our government does not value us. Colleagues, my desire to speak is because actions are much louder than words. As a head teacher, when I say that it is important to me to see that all teachers and staff receive the pay award they deserve, I hope it carries weight. But by standing here, speaking in the same debate as colleagues from NEU, NASUWT and other groups, my actions demonstrate that school leaders and all within our schools stand together. We will not be divided in the face of this intolerable treatment. Colleagues, please support this motion.
Thank you very much. I call EIS.
President, colleagues, Paula McEwen, Educational Institute of Scotland. Scotland's largest teaching union is standing here speaking in solidarity with our colleagues in England and Wales demanding fair play in schools. Our 10% pay campaign was outlined by one of our delegation on Tuesday, and I don't intend to rehearse those arguments again, but I will remind Congress that OECD reports that teachers' pay across the UK has fallen in real terms in the past 10 years. It's right that teachers fight for fair pay to ensure that teaching is an attractive and rewarding career option. If you truly value education, you must value your teachers. Colleagues, we stand with you. Please support.
Thank you very much indeed. I've heard no speeches against any. I'm not doing a right to reply. Thank you. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favour of emergency motion 7, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. That's unanimous. Thank you. I call emergency motion 8, public service pensions. The General Council supports the emergency motion moved by the SOR. The FBU are formally seconding. I thank you for that. Society of Radiographers, the floor is yours. Thank you.
President, Congress, Paul Maloney, Society of Radiographers, moving emergency motion 8. Colleagues, I guess those delegates to the first Congress 150 years ago probably didn't predict that at this conference we would be discussing the sexy issue of actuarial discount rates. But we are, because this technical accounting measure is now presenting a very real threat, not just to pension provision in the public service, but potentially to the services themselves. So where do we begin to try and explain what the Treasury's announcement on Thursday means for all public service schemes? In short, it makes them more expensive. According to the Financial Times, this could lead to £4 billion worth of cuts to services if the cost is to be met from existing budgets. £4 billion taken out of hospitals, schools, the fire service, among others. Cuts added to the other cuts and once again hitting the most vulnerable. But we also cannot ignore the amazing coincidence of this £4 billion figure. In the NHS, we've just concluded a 3-year pay deal that begins to address low pay in the health service and starts to make good what our members have lost during the years of austerity. A deal we were assured, as was Parliament, that would be fully funded by central government and would not come from existing budgets delivering patient care. A deal costing £4 billion. Talk about giving with one hand and taking with the other. And it is all so unnecessary. Congress, let me let you into a secret. In the NHS, there is no pension fund, no actual assets to value, just a pretend bucket of notional assets valued every 3 years. But they don't actually exist in just the same way that a fantasy football team doesn't actually exist. So colleagues, government has chosen to apply a unilateral accounting change to the assumptions used to value these pretend assets. All make-believe apart from the resulting real cuts in services. But an equally valid approach would be for government to simply pretend to sell some of the poorly performing pretend assets and pretend to buy some of the high-performing pretend assets. Maybe buy some Royal Mail shares, for example, after their value increased following the deal, the groundbreaking deal with the CWU on pensions. Colleagues, the Treasury announcement will lead to cuts. It will lead to renewed attempts to entice workers, particularly young workers, out of their pension schemes and hit patients and others depending on public services. Colleagues, I admit I can't quite think of the pithy slogan for the campaign or the words for a banner, but please support the motion, protect pensions and stop this further backdoor attack on our services. Congress, I move.
Thank you very much, Paul. As I said, formally seconded by the FBU, I have no other indications, so I'm going to move straight to the vote on emergency motion 8, public service pensions. All those in favour, please show. Thank you very much, Congress. All those against? That's unanimous. I move us now to the last composite emergency motion, attack on rail workers' pay. The General Council supports the emergency motion to be moved by the RMT. Thank you. Second by TSSA, and I have an indication that Asla for to speak as well. RMT, the floor is yours.
Mick Cash, happened yesterday as well. Am I too small or something? Yeah, there you go. Mick Cash, RMT, moving emergency motion 9. Last but not least. Congress, today we've received news of yet another government fail on rail. The Transport Select Committee has come out and blamed the government for the East Coast Rail fiasco. They've said that the franchise went belly up for a third time because the government got their sums wrong. The government believed the private sector would make them hundreds of millions of pounds. Instead, the East Coast fiasco has ended up costing us hundreds of millions of pounds. Money that could have been spent on reducing fares. In fact, if we ended privatisation completely, we could cut fares by 18%. But instead of doing what passengers want and what workers want,
Chris Grayling's doing what the rail bosses want, telling rail workers to take a pay cut. So rail bosses can take a pay hike, so rail companies can make a profit hike. He's telling our members to take CPI awards instead of RPI awards. Why? Because CPI is almost nearly 1% less than RPI. That means they will save billions of pounds on pay because CPI is a con on workers. It doesn't include all the costs borne by workers. It doesn't include your housing costs. It doesn't include your holiday costs. It should be called Cut Pay Index, because that's what it means for our members, a cut in pay. If we had CPI in the last 5 years, the average rail worker would be £2,000 worse off. That means less money for holidays, less money for special Christmas events, less money for student loans, less money for the pension pot. But compare that to the rail bosses. The boss at Go Ahead gets 1.1 million. At Virgin, 800,000 grand. At First, 850,000 grand. At Stagecoach, 1.3 million. At Arriva, 1 million. Our members would not make that in a lifetime, let alone in 1 year. And with the big pay comes big profit. Billions of pounds leaking out of our railway. And with most of our railway now owned by foreign governments, that means passengers in Germany, France and China, Italy, getting a better railway, paid for by our rail workers taking a pay cut. And Congress, the scandal deepens. We now find out that this rotten government has put clauses in rail franchises that will bail out rail companies if they lose money from strike action. That means your money, taxpayers' money, being used to bankroll foreign-owned rail companies in Grayling's war against rail workers. Well, Congress, we don't want war, but we promise if they attack our pay, we will fight back. We will ballot for strike action. And if they don't back down, the railway will see the biggest industrial action for a generation. So the message is clear. Let's cut fares, not pay. Let's cut profits, not pay. Let's smash Grayling's pay cap. I move.
Thank you very much, RMT. TSSA?
1.49 seconds. 1 minute.
You were brilliant. You were very, very good. Thank you very, very much. Everyone say thank you to the RMT for that.
Mick Carney, TSSA National President, railway worker, fully paid up member of the President's Union, so I promise to be quick. Grayling, if you think our workers, me and my colleagues, are going to pay for you and your morally corrupt government's misrunning of our railways, we will strike. Thank you.
I think that made the point. I call Haslef. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Conference. I don't think there's any way I'm going to beat the brevity of that, but I will try and be as quick as I can. It seems that Mr. Grayling's forgot something. He privatised our bloody railways. If he wants sectoral bargaining, if he wants to do it in a different way, do the right thing. Do what we've campaigned for. Do what this body's campaigned for. Give us our railways back and we will sit down with whoever the boss is at that moment in time and negotiate. But it's deflection. Trying to pander and brain the staff on the railways who've been working under intolerable pressure and won't pay tribute to our sister trade unions, where they've been fighting to keep staff on trains, where they've been fighting to keep booking offices open, right, at the same time, then they want to cut their pay to fund the profits of the dividends of their shareholders, many of which are state-owned railways elsewhere. Quite simply, in economic terms, our railways are funded by 6.9 billion of taxpayers' money, of which the government gets back in various means 3.5 billion. That means there's 3.4 billion pound of your money that goes into the railways every day, and they don't pay that back before they skim off their profits. So what's the new trick? We'll cut the wages of the workers to protect the dividends and the profits of the bosses. I echo my two colleagues, it ain't going to happen, and we will all be in this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Aslef. I see no speakers against. I'm going to call the vote on Composite Emergency Motion 9. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against, please show. That is carried unanimously. Thank you, Congress. We are nearly there. We are nearly there. I need to draw your attention to Appendix 3 from page 94 of the General Council report, which is the TUC accounts. The auditor is present on the platform, I am told. Hello. Does Congress accept the accounts as set out in the appendix? Thank you. Delegates may wish to note that this year the TUC has secured the fair tax mark on our accounts, which shows that we pay the right amount of tax at the right time. Good. At the right time. And applies the gold standard of tax transparency. Who knew? That's really good. Okay, and I'm going to call appendices 1, 2, 4 and 5. Delegates, that completes, well done you, the formal business of Congress. I now ask Congress to adopt the General Council report. Is that agreed? Thank you. Congress, I now wish to make a number of votes of thanks to those who've contributed to the smooth running of Congress sometimes. This is going to be brief because of the time, but it is sincere, and I'd like you to join me with me in this. I'd like to start by thanking Mary Bowstead for her role as Vice President and General Council members who have been helping keep the speakers on time. Thank you very much to all of them. That's not an easy task, I know. I'd like to move a vote of thanks to the staff at the Manchester Central for all they've done to ensure that Congress has run smoothly, and to the stewards for all their assistance during the week. I'd also like to thank the verbatim reporters, the tellers, the scrutineers, the stage crew QED and the musicians who've worked so hard throughout the week. I'm sure all those votes are agreed, yes? Thank you. So, Congress, it's now time to say farewell to colleagues leaving the General Council. Fiona Wilson from USDOR is retiring from the General Council. Fiona served on the General Council for 11 years. I'm looking around for Fiona. There you are. Fiona, it's with great pleasure that I present you with the Gold Badge of Congress. Picture. Fiona's going to talk to us very quickly.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Congress. I want to thank my union USDOR for giving me the opportunity to make a contribution towards advancing and protection of workers' rights over the last 19 years. Giving evidence to the Low Pay Commission and to many government consultations over the years I've been Head of Research and Economics has helped me to do my bit towards tackling low pay and making a difference for USDOR members. USDOR is the campaigning union, and we've worked closely with the TUC on many issues, such as tackling violence and abuse in the workplace and improving provisions for parents and carers. I've also enjoyed the number of times I've been involved in the stewarding of the various TUC marches we have held to bring to full public attention the dreadful impact of Tory austerity. I also want to thank the TUC for the opportunity to be involved as a General Council member in both the USDOR Union Learning Board and as a TUC Aid trustee. Both lifelong learning and our international development work are vital in promoting trade unionism, both at home and abroad. Finally, I want to thank my husband, Brian Puddicombe, for his support over the years. We met at the TUC Congress in Blackpool in 1990 and celebrated our 26th wedding anniversary this year. We've shared a life of trade unionism and politics, standing side by side on the campaign trail. As I retire from both USDOR and the TUC General Council and Executive Committee, I look back with thanks to the union rep who recruited me to the then National Union of Banking Employees on my first day at work, because that's when it all started.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Earlier this year, John Hannett from Asda also retired. John served on the General Council from 2004. We've given Fiona his badge as well, and she's going to make sure that he gets it. Also retiring from the General Council is Eddie Saville from the HCSA. Eddie served on the General Council since 2012. We'll make sure that Eddie also receives his gold badge. Mick Nicholas from the FBU is retiring from the General Council. Mickey served on the GC since 2015. I'll also make sure that Mickey gets his badge. Congress also leaving the General Council this year are Craig Dawson from the GMB, Eleanor Smith from UNISON and Linda Roll from Advance. They'll be greatly missed. Congress will also be saying farewell to colleagues leaving the General Purposes Committee. Chris Tansley from UNISON. I don't know if you're here, Chris. Oh, there you are. Paddy Lillis from Asda. Anywhere in the room? Bob, well, I can't see anyone in these slides. There you are. Right. And Bob Crosby from the GMB. Yay. Oh, I can see that. I'm sure Congress will want to show their appreciation for the contribution and commitment of all those colleagues leaving the GC and the GPC. Our thanks to you all. Finally, colleagues, can I ask you to show your appreciation for Owen Tudor, the head of the TUC's European and International Relations Department. He's leaving the TUC after 35 years. He's standing for election as DGS for the ITUC, and he leaves the TUC with our very best wishes. Really, from our very best wishes. Finally, Congress, I take such pleasure in announcing this. The next president of the TUC who takes office from the close of Congress is Mark Sawatka. I wish him well, and I hope, Mark, that you enjoy the year as much as I've done. It's a great thing to do, but you're going to be fantastic. Thank you.
I now call on the Vice President, Mary Bowerstead, to move the vote of thanks to the President.
I am privileged to, thanks Francis, I am really privileged to be able to be asked to thank Sally for her chairing of this, the TUC's 150th Congress, here in the great industrial northern Victorian city of Manchester, the best city in the world. Cometh the Congress, cometh the woman. Sally, you have been a magnificent president of the TUC this year and an outstanding chair of Congress. You have displayed a unique mix of firmness and fairness combined with a fantastic sense of humour, with empathy and warmth, giving all speakers a sense that you were on their side and wanted them to do well, to speak out confidently about issues which were so important to them. Your conference speech was a tour de force. You reminded us of our history and encouraged us to be bold and confident about our future. It was an intoxicating mix, and you've told us that as the UCU has done under your leadership, unions can succeed and win gains for their members, and that if they do this, they grow in strength, they grow in purpose, they grow in numbers. You are a great example to us all as a General Secretary and as a sister. Wow. You are an internationalist, a socialist, and you're also very kind when I mess up on the machine. So thank you for that. We are lucky to have you in the movement. We are privileged to have you as President of the TUC in the 150th year, and I'm very proud to present you with the Gold Badge of Congress and a small token of our appreciation.
Blimey, Prezzies, it's very exciting. Thank you, Mary. Congress, seriously, thank you for all your support this week. It's not possible to do any of this unless we do this together, but I think we've done okay. I'm going to say one thing. There's a slogan that I've learned today, which I'm going to use as a new socialist trade unionist slogan for the year. Let justice flow down like water and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. That is now a trade union slogan. We are going to go forward. I thank you, and I close this our 150th Congress. Safe journey home. Safe journey, everyone.
Well done. It's done.